Hey, so I am very, very excited to bring Darin Morgan into the studio. How's it going?
I'm okay.
I was like, I gotta say, I've been really nervous about this.
Me too.
Were you?
Yeah. Because originally when you asked me, I was like, oh, yes, this will be fun. And then as it got closer, I was like, what do I talk? And then I was like, oh, should I watch the episodes? And I have my scripts. Like, should I go over them? And
I don't think, I mean, you wrote them, so I think you don't need to study for it.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, before you started recording, I have all my X-File memorabilia.
Yeah.
In a box in a garage labeled X-File crap.
Yeah.
So I went through all of it because I thought there'd be a lot of interesting, and there wasn't. Like the TV guides that have like the Fluke Man episode. It like goes Fluke Man ... Darin Morgan. So like
that's cool.
But I don't remember having done this. But after I left the show, I wrote to myself just notes about my memories of being on the show.
Oh, wow.
Because I have a really bad memory, and I knew 20 years from now I'd be doing this podcast, right? So I read the stuff over. I forgot I had written...
The letters to yourself.
Yeah, and I remembered most of the stuff, but there was a handful of things that I was going, I have no recollection of this. And it kind of scared me.
Yeah.
You know, so if, in our discussion, if I go... According to me, such as I've happened, but I don't remember any of that. And so that was kind of disturbing.
Yeah.
So I do remember, you know, I wrote the things and, you know, so yes, I remember most of it, but there are things where like I go, I don't know.
Do you like watching those episodes again? Or is it, because I know, this, I don't want to jump ahead.
Right.
I read something that you weren't happy with how Humbug turned out.
Yeah.
So do you like watching Clyde Bruckman or Jose Chung, which it feels like are the ones you like the most?
Well, last year, all the season 3 episodes were all shown publicly.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know about it.
Yeah, so, and I all my life I've just wanted to see an episode with an audience, because you think about it, TV, you never get to see an audience, and so I was really excited about that. And so that was a lot of fun. In preparation for this, like not knowing whether I should, this morning I go, well, I'll go through Clyde Bruckman because I think that's what we're going to talk about. And I started watching, and I go, oh, I can't watch this.
Why?
Because there's some things about it that are just kind of bad. I watched a lot of it, but I had to fast forward through stuff. And then I go, okay, I'll do Humbug. And I just fast forward through Humbug, and I don't like the cockroach episode like at all. And I started fast forwarding.
It's funny you can't even call it by its name.
Yeah, well,
like you have to like demean it by calling it the cockroach episode.
It's easier to say. But like, so I put in Jose Chung, and I started watching Jose Chung, and that's why I was actually late getting here, because I watched the whole episode.
So that's your favorite?
Yes, I used to acknowledge or say, okay, I understand Clyde Bruckman is the better script, is a better episode. But personally, I like Jose Chung. It's just sort of my tastes and stuff like that. But now I can watch Jose Chung and really enjoy it, because it doesn't feel like I'm going, oh, I'm really good. Like I like it so much that it's not like it's like I didn't even do it. Like I can laugh at stuff going, oh, that was really funny.
Yeah, I wonder who wrote that.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't do that. You can't separate yourself a lot of times from your own stuff. So
sure. But, okay, so what was it about Clyde Bruckman that you didn't like watching?
No, I mean, I still like the episode.
Sure.
The teaser's actually really kind of bad.
The teaser?
Yeah. He's like reading the thing, and then we see the...
Lala Palazzo?
Yeah, it's just, there's an awkwardness in the whole teaser. And I was going, oh, this isn't as good as I remember. And then it gets better.
I like the teaser because you see the two titans meeting in the beginning by chance, and then they don't meet again till the end, right? And that whole exchange, that line is so good where he's like, what's Lala Palazzo? And he goes, who's Buddy Holly? I really like that.
Okay.
It's
then
really
I take it back. It's all good.
I mean, I don't want to... All right, well, I wanted to ask you... So, like I said, I was very nervous for this. I didn't know what to bring up. I was very nervous to record the episode with Steve Asbell for Clyde Bruckman because it was like... I was very intimidated because I do love it. It's my favorite episode of any television show ever. I've watched it more than any other television episode. It like makes me cry. It's amazing. And so I was very nervous for recording that, and what we decided to do was we'll just talk about what it means to us and not try and tackle what it is on its own, because that seems too scary and it doesn't feel like something that I didn't feel up to it. But I wanted to. So then I was scared to meet you, but you're very disarming and charming.
Schlubby.
No, I don't know. No, you were great as Eddie Van Blunt in Small Potato. You don't like that episode?
Well, I don't have to like that one because I'm in it.
Okay. Do you not like
I don't like
the
it.
host?
No, I mean, I like the.
Yeah. You're very hard on yourself, right?
Yes, but I'm much harder on other people's stuff than
Great.
my own.
Good to know.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Just being honest. People always think I'm hard and they don't seem to know that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually, I like that. Question number 1. Do you hate Fox Mulder? I feel like in every episode, what you do so well is you sort of take the expectations of the audience and what the show is, and you kind of turn them on their head. Right. So each time, there's that great shot of Fox Mulder and Humbug, where Jim Rose goes, "Can you imagine looking like that your whole life?" And he has this really exaggerated, dumb superhero pose. And then in his entrance in Clyde Bruckman is also like, "Who the hell are you?" And it feels like you like to sort of take his power away and show him to be a bit of a putz.
Okay, I know what you're saying. I think a lot of those put downs of Mulder are directed a lot towards Duchovny. It's hard to separate the two characters. I think like the thing in Humbug, because it being my first episode, I guess, and writing about the characters for the first time, the one thing I, just watching the show, kind of thought was bullshit was Mulder and Scully are just too good looking to ever be outsiders, which is how they're presented.
Right.
And you go, Mulder would never have problems of being accepted or treated the way I've been treated.
He's
say.
Super hot.
Yeah, so it's like that was the whole, he's the outsider, and I never bought into that. This doesn't quite address that thing, but this is a story. And I asked Glenn this story, and Glenn doesn't remember this.
Okay.
So this might be a thing like it didn't happen, but I'm pretty sure this is how it happened. When I first started on staff, I was sitting in Glenn's office, and Sarah Charno, she was Sarah Charno, she's now Sarah Cooper.
Isn't she married to the...
She's married to the killer.
Yes.
Right, at the time, she was married to the killer. And she was pitching her first story to Glenn, just like kind of talking it out. And she goes, okay, so there's a crime scene, and Mulder shows up at the crime scene, and asks what happens, and the detective tells, and Mulder writes it down, and then Glenn goes, no, Mulder doesn't write things down. Right? And I remember like when he said it, going, it's true.
Yeah.
Like Mulder doesn't write things down. And then his explanation for why that was like Mulder goes to a crime scene, and he already suspects it's aliens, which nobody else does. So he's one step ahead of everyone. Right. So when he asks what happened here, he doesn't really care. He just wants to hear the one detail that makes him go, yeah, I was right.
Right.
It's aliens.
Yes.
So he doesn't have to write down. Now, Glenn claims, because he doesn't remember that, and he goes, I would never say that, so that must have been a Chris thing.
Yeah. But
I've never heard Chris say it to any other writers, so I don't know where that came from. But to me, when I heard that made such an impression that that became like the defining characteristic of Mulder to me. It's like, he's the guy that doesn't write things down. And so the other writers, I think, all kind of approach the characters as kind of mythic hero who's like searching for the truth and all that. And to me, he was just the guy that doesn't write things down. Yeah. Just stayed with me.
That's really good.
And I bet if you watch this series as you're going through, I bet he never writes.
I've never seen him. Pencils are for tossing into the ceiling.
Right.
Yeah.
And I bet, though, Scully probably doesn't do a lot of writing either.
No, but it's interesting because what I thought about, because the way the show is set up, other than your episodes, it's set up so that Mulder's right, Scully's wrong most of the time, right? It's a little unfair in that Scully is sort of the smart one, the rational one, who's actually following the right procedure, the scientific method. Mulder's the one doing crazy stuff, and then he turns out to be right. It's a little unfair in that she's sort of our emissary from this rational world into that crazy X-Files world. So she's wrong, even though she really shouldn't be. And then in your episodes, you kind of flip that in that she does become the more the one who's right, the smarter one. And Mulder is sort of shown to be a little like the scene that I keep thinking about in Clyde Bruckman. It's a little different from this, but there's a part where Mulder and Scully are in the hallway after they've each spent a night with Clyde Bruckman.
Right.
And Mulder says he doesn't like him anymore. Mm-hmm. And Scully goes, actually, I'm beginning to like him because Mulder just wants to use him for his paranormal powers. And Scully is actually connected with him in a very personal way, right?
Right.
And so I thought that was a very interesting way to deal with the differences in their characters in a way that doesn't seem that... It doesn't put Mulder in the best light.
That was like I said that almost word for word when I pitched the story to Chris after going through the plot and go, see, Mulder's just interested in the psychic thing. Scully doesn't believe in it, so she can react to him as a human being.
Yeah.
And that's that whole episode is just that.
That is what it is. And I've seen it so many times, but this time when I watched it, I told you I watched it 3 times last weekend, the same day, but when I watched it the day before, it was, for whatever reason, it was the most I've been emotionally moved by it at the end when he when she's holding him and you see the tear fall down his face. And I'd always thought of it as a very sad ending. And then this time when I watched it, I saw it in a very dark way, as sort of a happy ending, because when he's describing himself, when he's dead and he's decaying and stuff, and he talks about, what does he say? It's the first time I feel comfort in a long time, ever.
Yeah.
And to me, that was like, oh, so for him, this actually is the happiest ending possible. Is that a weird way to look at it? Is that how you saw it?
Because his life has been so awful.
Yeah.
That's one way of looking at it.
To me, it's sort of the ending of, I talked about this when I recorded the episode, but Brazil at the end, where he's, escapes and all that stuff in his head. If you look at it, it's super dark, but in a weird way, it's kind of a happy ending, right? Like the happiest possible ending for that guy is that in his head he's escaped, is living this happy life. That's how I sort of thought of it this time. It actually kind of made me happy this time, rather than sad.
Okay.
I mean, it's sort of almost unrelentingly sad.
Yeah, I guess I understand what you're saying, and there's some truth there. I've always looked at it as having no uplifting qualities.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
he kills himself.
I guess that is a very simple way of putting it. And what's sad is like. And this time it also really hit me when he's pulling the head of lettuce out or cabbage, whatever, and he sees his own head in there.
Yeah.
He's been seeing his own death random times for years. That's got to be devastating. Not just other people's deaths, which is pretty depressing.
That was the whole idea behind the episode. If people can see the future, they should be able to see everybody's ultimate future, which is their death. Yeah. And they should be able to see everyone they encounter. They should be able to see them as they're dying or their death pose. And if you did that, you'd go insane.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah. I stole. Glenn had this handbook for crime scene investigation, like a real what you do crime scene book, and it had all these crime scene photos. And I stole it from him, and I was looking through that for, I don't know, for humbug, I don't know what. And I would have it in my office, and people would come in and they just pick up the book and they'd start going through it, and I have to go, hey, the pictures are really disturbing.
Yeah.
People would go, oh, I've seen it all. I've been around, I've seen this stuff. And they would look at the pictures, and they wouldn't really react. They wouldn't say anything. And then they'd go away, and a day or two later, they'd always come back and go, "Man, that book,
Yeah.
that really fucked me up."
Stays with you.
Yeah, and it does when you see that stuff, and so that to me was part of the whole episode. If you can predict someone's future, you should be able to predict their death, and so you're seeing these pictures, and that would ruin your life.
Yeah, and I thought it was so interesting. There's another great exchange that he has where, is it Mulder or Scully says that she gets used to death, and he goes, "I'm not sure you're supposed to."
Yeah.
And it's, he's a guy who's obviously depressed and, kind of fucked up from all this, but he still, every single time he sees death, it affects him. Like with that old lady, when he sees the dog eating her, he's trying to help her. So in a way, he's kind of an optimist in a way, in that it still is like affecting him, and he still thinks, well, I mean, I don't know if optimist is the best way to put it, but he's still, in a way, more human than Mulder is.
He's more human than Mulder.
Well, because it seems like Mulder is so, like, at least in your scripts, what you get at is that he's so, like, taken with his quest with a capital Q for truth with a capital T, that this other stuff doesn't really matter. And you really get to it when you sort of see him not liking Clyde Bruckman, because Clyde's not helping him with the murder investigation, right?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I didn't. It isn't so much Mulder, but I have a thing when people are so confident. Mulder's always kind of confident that he's right.
Yes.
And those kind of people always kind of make me nervous. So I think that. Let me ask you a question about because as I was rewatching it, because what I found when I rewatched it this morning, I was noticing things that I go, the things that I like were the things that I go, if we had to do the episode now, it'd have to be different. Things would be different. And when Bruckman, he's in the hotel room and he lights the guy's cigarette.
Yeah.
And then the guy goes into the bathroom and you see the shot of the lighter.
Yeah.
And Bruckman goes, "Oh, God."
Yeah.
And then there's a knock on the door and he lets the killer in. Do you know what he's reacting to when he's looking at the lighter?
It seemed to me that it was that the lady's dead.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. That's correct. If you were doing the show nowadays, the executives would insist.
Oh, a flash.
Yes, they would, because they go, no one's understand. And the thing is like, you don't have to put that together. It's not really necessary in order to follow a story. But they would insist, no, people don't know what's the lighter. You'd have to flash back to, it's here. No, this is your lighter. And then the dog eating.
Oh, yeah.
The same thing when Scully goes, when she figures out it's the bellboy.
Yeah.
You would have to have flashes of her seeing the bellboy in the crowd.
Yeah.
The bellboy is in the crowd.
Yeah, he's in almost all of them, yeah.
He's in the first two, and he's not in the third one, and that's one of the things subconsciously she's kind of like going, he's not there. And she kind of pieces it all together from the lace to not being in the thing. But executives now would want a series of flashbacks.
Yeah.
So, it all comes in so everyone would know.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. So let's go, like, what was your experience like working on the X-Files? Like, before we started recording, you were saying that, you were talking about this, how at that specific time when you were working on the X-Files, it was a pretty positive experience, right? And perhaps some of the other stuff you've done has not been. How has it been different?
Okay, the main difference. Okay, I only did 4 episodes. I only got...
Crazy.
Yeah, I know. But those 4 episodes, I only got 1 note from an executive.
Yeah?
Okay, every other show I've ever done since, I did one show, the first page was like 20 to 30 notes on like 1 page. And it's shocking to me that the executives now are much more hands-on right from the get-go.
Yeah.
And a lot of shows require outlines, which I hate.
Yes.
And those are just documents for the executives to be able to give you notes.
Yeah.
And if you're doing the show now, none of my episodes would go to script.
You think so?
Yeah. There's no way they would have done humbug. There's no way they would have let me write the script. They right from the outline. They'd go, oh, no, no, no. And what's shocking to me is not only did they, you know, when I did Turned In Humbug, you heard things, there was concerns to not do it, that it would ruin the show.
Well, I read you saying that you were scared of it being funny and how the audience was going to react to it, right?
The executives were terrified that it would be funny and ruin the tone of the show. And so what's shocking to me is not only did they let us do it, but that they didn't ask us to do any changes.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Nowadays they would go, okay, we'll let you do it, but change this, and they would change it so much that there'd be no point in doing it.
Yeah.
You know. So that's the biggest difference. And when writing, when I wrote, I never anticipated hearing from the executives, which changes the way you write.
Of course.
Because sometimes now you're writing, you go, why put this in? They're gonna. And the one note was a Clyde Bruckman note, and this is how things are different too, because now they would go, change this, we don't like this.
Yeah.
Executive called me, and I don't know. The executive was Jeff Eckerly, who is now a friend of mine. He's now a writer, and he actually ended up marrying Marilyn Osborne, who was a writer on the first season.
Okay.
And I don't know if he was with Fox Television or 20th TV.
Yeah.
But he just called and goes, oh, I read Clyde Bruckman. That was a great script. Really like it. I got one concern. Okay, the scene when Scully and Bruckman are in the hotel, like we really need them to kind of bond, so that at the end it's, you know, and I don't know if there's like enough there. Like I don't know if, is there not, I'm worried. And I go, well, I'm worried too. I know what you're saying. But the script's already long. And the thing is that in the original script, that scene is actually longer. There's another like page scene between Scully and Bruckman.
Was it shot?
Yeah.
It's somewhere.
It's not very good. It's probably why it was cut. And you can tell because it goes from like, he's like going, oh, what are you doing? She goes, oh, I'm doing background checks. We can't. This is how we do our work. We can't.
Yes, that's right.
And he goes, jealous or something?
Yeah.
And then when we come back the next time, I think she's like, got her shoes off and she's going, how do you die?
Yeah.
Like, there's like a kind of jump there.
Yeah.
There was a little page there where they just kind of talked about fate or patterns, or I don't remember what.
Fate or patterns?
Fate.
Oh, fate.
The patterns of one's life.
Yeah.
And I think he mentioned how Bruckman kind of mentions, you may have already seen this killer before.
Yeah.
You don't know that, but you know, you'll meet him and he'll be the killer, and then you'll realize that there was kind of a pattern to your life,
right?
That, you know, existed. So that was there. So the scene was actually longer in the script. But the thing is, and so I go, I can't really add another scene.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I would do to create that. I go, I really think it's a performance thing.
Yes.
And I'll tell that to the director, so I'm sure he knows. But I think we can get it. Both, you know, we got Peter Boyle, and of course Jillian.
Amazing.
Right, and you got Jillian, so they can, and so Jeff goes, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're laughing because you go, that's not how it happens. Right.
That's crazy.
Right, and so it's like the guy had a concern. He expressed it. I heard him. I understood it. Said him what my point, and he agreed with me, and then we went on our merry way. And that wouldn't happen nowadays. That's not how it would go. And the thing is, too, okay, so I rewatched that scene.
There are hits and there are misses, and then there are misses.
That little moment.
Yeah.
She goes, there are hits and misses. And then when he goes, I just call him as I see him.
And she laughs.
And she smiles back. That was all you
That's
needed.
it.
And it's not my dialogue or anything. It's just, that's the performance.
When she laughs, that scene, like, tears me up. And then when she goes, how do I die? And he goes, you don't. That, I mean, what more do you need?
Right. But now, are you not going to ask me?
Do you want me to ask you?
Well, it leads into other things.
For me, I never thought of it as anything more. At least every time I watch it, and I know later, you know, it's a thing that has been made a thing of.
Right.
I just thought of it as a very sweet moment between two people.
God bless you.
That's all I ever saw.
Yes, that was the intention.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
And I don't know what they did later in the series
Yeah.
to give people think that there's added significance to that.
Yeah.
Because I stopped watching at a certain point. And there are times when me and Glenn are like on panels or something, and people start talking about things, and we look at each other like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, because Glenn leaves after 4. Like, he comes back, and then 4 is his last one, right?
Right.
And 3 is your last one.
Yeah. And then I continued to watch the show after I left because I was friends with all the writers.
Yeah.
And it was curious to see. Glenn came back, and then I was on season 4.
Yes.
And then season 5, I did Millennium with Glenn and Jim, and our offices were all right next. So I probably watched up through season 5.
Wait, you were on season 4?
Acting. The Small Potatoes.
Oh, that's season 4.
Right. So it's like,
yeah.
Like I said, I was friends with all the guys. I was curious to what they were doing, and so I kept watching up to a certain point. But,
yeah.
But this is okay. This is an interesting thing for me because so many people have asked me about that line and what does it mean and all that stuff.
And I've read all these reviews where they're like, well, so I guess Scully's an immortal.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Right. But and I've tried to tell people this. Being a staff writer, television staff writer, people don't really kind of know what that is in a weird sort of way because they know, like screenwriters, because you've seen movies being made and the writer. But like a television staff writer has never really been portrayed like what that's like. And this is like an example is like you're writing characters that you didn't create. All right. And there's someone above you making decisions that affect you. And then if you leave the show, or even, but in my case, I leave the show, and the show continues on, and then they do things with the characters that you have no say in, nor should you, but it can affect how people go back and look at your episodes. And so, because I got the question so often, I kept going, imagine this happened. Chris could have, when Duchovny wanted to leave the show, go, okay, we're gonna end the Mulder character, and this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna reveal that Mulder actually killed his sister. Back when they were kids, he killed her, and he came up with the whole alien abduction thing as an alibi, and all this searching for the truth is just BS. You would then go back and watch all the episodes, and there'd be all these lines where you go, oh yeah, this is which would not be what the writer intended.
Of course.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
It's Chris's show, or it didn't even have to be. Chris could have left the show.
Someone else could have, yeah.
Right, exactly. And there's nothing you can do about it. And so you're always sort of like, you did the work then.
Yeah.
And you can only kind of explain it. You're just kind of there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, and I think, honestly, that's interesting because I think a lot about, like, Batman. Batman's a character that's been interpreted so many times, and there's so many different iterations of it. So when you think of Batman, you're thinking of so many different versions of it. And in a smaller scale, you're saying it sort of is true for this show as well. What is interesting to me is when Ridley Scott said that Blade Runner, that he was a replicant, he said that like last year or something, that really pissed me off. Right. I was like, that's not, you know what? It's kind of not up to you. It's kind of up to the audience.
Right.
And the same way, when people ask you that, it's kind of up to the person watching it. It's your intention, I think, the artist's intention sort of dies once the thing is out there, and then it sort of is its own thing and it lives, and what you meant doesn't really matter. So it always bugs me when people ask that question. It might be, I guess, interesting just to see what the intention is, but that intention shouldn't affect your interpretation, I think. For instance, like, I really like Donnie Darko, and then I've seen Richard Kelly's, describing what he thinks the movie is, and I was like, I don't think that's what the movie is, and I think what the movie is in my head is better. And so, to me, it's certainly better. Right. I like it better. I like my movie better than his movie, So, to me, that stuff isn't as important. But I guess it is interesting to hear so you just meant it as a sweet little moment, and then these fucking nerds.
Well, what's interesting, that happened right from the get-go. I remember Howard Gordon, right after it aired, goes, Darin, people are asking me. I just took it that it was just being nice to her.
Yeah.
That's how Howard talks.
Yeah.
Am I right? I go, yeah.
Yeah. It's just a very sweet moment.
Yeah. And
then, obviously, I'm sure people ask you whether Mulder's death is canon, autoerotic asphyxiation.
Yes, it is.
That one is canon.
There's no room for interpretation.
That is how he's going to die. So here's what I noticed at this time when I watched it, when he says that line, Peter Boyle does this like smack, like this celebratory smack. I love that performance so much.
Yeah.
When he passed away, and I liked Everybody Loves Raymond and a lot of the other stuff, but the first thing I did was I rewatched Clive Bruckman because to me that was...
one of the best things of working on the series was watching dailies and just watching Peter Boyle and just going, Peter Boyle's doing my lines. My mom, who being a mom also loved Everyone Loves Raymond, she would always go, Peter Boyle got that part because of your episode. Because of Clive Bruckman, and I'd go, Mom, I don't think that's true, because it's a sitcom, a different thing, and he had a huge career. I don't think it was. She'd go, no, I know it. A couple years ago, I was working on a show, and we start talking with other producers. We start talking about the X-Files, and one of the other producers goes, Peter Boyle got Everyone Loves Raymond because of Clive Bruckman, and I go, oh, that's so funny. My mom used to say the same thing. He goes, no, for real, my wife was the casting director.
Wow.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's true.
No, but it makes sense because he's salty and funny in a similar kind of way, like this curmudgeonly, but very, very funny.
I remember when he got it, he had some problems with remembering lines and stuff because he was up there in age. And I was like going, how's he going to do a sitcom?
Yeah.
That was
in front of a live audience. So how did you guys, because it was written for, was it ever written for anybody specifically?
Yeah.
Yes.
The personality of the character is kind of my dad.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's what I read an interview with Glenn Morgan, your brother.
It has a lot of my dad. And there's an actor who kind of has some resemblance to my dad, and I wrote it for him in mind. He was a film actor, a kind of a character actor. He's a great actor. And the reason why I thought we could get him is because he had just done his first TV show. So I go, oh, this guy was now doing TV. But I knew a guy who worked on that show. And I go, how's that guy to work with? And he goes, there's a reason why we killed him off. Oh. And there was like these horror stories that I don't believe to this day. Yeah. Because the guy was a great actor, and that's why I'm not saying his name, obviously.
Yeah.
So I wrote it for an actor in mind, and then once I go, okay, I can't cast him. I had no idea who to cast.
Yeah.
And because I've read that I had Bob Newhart in mind.
That's what I read.
Yeah, no, what Bob Newhart was, it's like one of those things when you go, oh, who do we cast? And you just start throwing out names. And so Bob Newhart was like, one day I go, Bob Newhart. Yeah. And then I did like an imitation of Bob Newhart doing one of the scenes. And it was like funny. I go, this would work. And I thought stunt casting.
Yeah.
Because even like the X-Files, I'm sorry, no one watched it. I know you're like doing the ratings. This is what's interesting about the ratings you're doing. When I worked on the show, I never met anyone who watched the show.
Really?
Yeah, I never encountered anyone who knew.
But season 3 was pretty big, right?
I don't.
I mean, compared to
the ratings kept getting bigger.
Yeah.
But I don't think we were still on Friday nights.
And it was still like in the 50s.
Yes, because we were on Friday nights, so it always felt. It wasn't until it moved to Sunday. It wasn't until after I left the show that it became a big hit.
Stood on the shoulders of giants.
Well, no wait, what were we just talking about? Before the ratings.
Before the ratings, we were talking about Bob Newhart.
Bob Newhart. Yeah, so it was like Bob Newhart. Bob Newhart was just a name you toss out, and I thought, yeah, Bob Newhart. People who don't watch the X-Files, will watch the show, and our ratings, like you actually cared about shit like that. And then that was immediately, we're not getting Bob Newhart, and then it was just like. And so I don't remember who suggested. So I'm assuming Rick Milliken was our casting. Rick, yeah. And they said Peter Boyle, and at first I was like, oh, no way, because I hadn't seen him Peter Boyle in a long time, and my impression, like as a kid, is always really big, powerful.
Yeah.
But then we saw a tape. I think he'd done NYPD Blue a year or two before, and you go, oh, he's gotten older, and okay, he works.
And how was he? Did you meet him or work with him on set at all?
I intentionally avoided meeting him. I actually didn't meet him until he was the one that gave him my Emmy. He was the presenter.
Wow, just randomly?
Yeah. So the first time I met him, it was like, oh,
Hey.
nice to meet you. You know, he had won the night before.
You're right.
And so it was like, hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Here's your Emmy. Thank you. Congratulations on yours. That was the first time.
Oh, wow.
Here's why I avoided meeting him, and this requires kind of a long humbug story.
Please go
Okay.
ahead. Well, I'd love to talk more about humbug,
Okay.
too. We haven't really done that very much.
And the problem is, I don't know if some of this will translate. You might get it, because you're an actor. I don't know if people listening will quite understand this. There's a way of talking, well, like the first time you write, dealing with actors, it's kind of scary. And even though I had acted before, I had worked as an actor.
Oh, you had?
Yeah. Glenn had given me some parts in his previous shows, like 21 Jump Street and stuff. And I was really bad. But I had done some acting, like in high school and stuff, and I thought I'd be able to
do it, yeah.
relate to actors and stuff like that. Okay, so Humbug. Chris made me stay on the set for the whole shooting of Humbug because he was concerned, like a comedy, you didn't have time to rehearse, and he wanted me there to go. And you really can't do anything. You really can't oversee anything because production.
It's fast.
Yes,
it's a lot of pages.
I was just there in case there was something completely wrong.
Yeah.
So I just was sitting. It was a miserable experience for me. So
was it?
Yeah.
Why? Just because it's boring?
Well, not because it's boring, but you, like, okay, they're doing a certain thing, and you go, well, this is wrong, but I can't say it's wrong because it's not that wrong to stop, and it's not my, like, if a shot setup, you go, oh, I don't like this shot. That's not my job. It's now once it starts shooting, it's the director.
And it's Kim Manners' first episode, is that right?
No, he had done Die Hand Die Verletzt.
Oh, right.
Kim was great. Was a great guy. We hated each other at first. Well, now, okay, I'm going off on.
This is later in Jose Chung that detective is based on.
Yeah.
And the one who's always bleeping.
Yeah, we wanted to cast Kim, and he was going to do it, and he got scared.
Okay.
Okay.
Why did you guys hate each other?
Well, here's the thing. I wrote the script, and when I finished the script, I go, oh, this is a masterpiece. And Kim was like, what the fuck is this? Like he thought the script was kind of unproducible.
This is Jose Chung?
No,
Humbug?
Yeah. And he hated me because he didn't understand. He knew I didn't understand how difficult it was going to be an episode to shoot. And we were both kind of right in the sense that after doing the episode, I went, wow, what was I thinking? There's so much in Humbug that I go, oh yeah, why did I put that in there? That was like impossible.
Like, you mean like budget-wise and time-wise?
Budget and, yeah. Like the mirror sequence and just the creature. I call him the creature. But
the creature is it's a tough creature for like a TV show that's not super high budget.
Right. You shouldn't have had it in there.
But he works. It's great.
We called it the creature, but it's a human being.
Yes, I know. Isn't that
I'm
the
now,
whole point of the episode? Is that
exactly,
these freaks are...
I always call it the creature. I feel
okay.
bad. I'm now in possession of of Leonard.
You have Leonard?
Yes. The guys that made it gave it to Chris right after the show, and Chris had it for however long. A few years back, I did some charity thing that Chris couldn't do, and so he gave it to me as a gift. So Leonard is in my living room with like a hipster. He's in a rocking chair with a hipster hat. And every Halloween, I put him out on my front porch, and I put the candy bowl in Leonard's lap.
You just put Leonard out?
Yeah, well, I sit there with him.
What's your address? I'm going to come steal it
and
next year.
I got pictures from this. And when the kids come, I make them have to reach into the bowl that's in Leonard's lap. And just once, I want some kid to go, oh, yeah, it's Leonard from that classic X-Files episode. Not once.
Well, these kids shouldn't be watching that episode.
Oh, okay, the parents who are standing behind them. So they've never recognized him. So, but things like that, yeah, you just go, forget it. Don't have that in there. So me and Kim initially really kind of butted heads. There's a lot of, okay, wait, I'm trying to stay on this one story. So we're shooting this one scene. I'm sitting in my chair just minding my own business. And it's the scene when Lanny, who's Leonard's the twin,
Vincent Chiavelli.
right? It has this whole thing about the reveal that okay, this is the twin.
Oh yeah, it's like not being something about being unloved.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sitting there minding my own business, and Kim comes walking over with Vincent Chiavelli, who played Lanny.
Yeah.
And Kim comes over really formally and says, "Darin, one of the actors has a question about your script." Right, and then Kim didn't talk like that.
Yeah,
right?
you're like,
Kim
oh,
was very
Jesus
earthy,
Christ.
right? So he goes,
Here it comes.
right, and the minute he goes, actor has a question about your script, and then I was like, pew, he was like the Roadrunner. He just disappeared, right? Now, Vincent was a very interesting guy, very smart guy. And my recollection, like, afterwards is he was a pipe smoker. And so he talked like someone who smoked a pipe.
Okay.
So he didn't have the pipe here, but he goes, but this is how he talked. He like goes, yes, I have a problem with this scene.
Huh.
And, okay, well, you know what? And the thing was, I was prepared, because, you know, you hear stories of like, okay, actors, like they try to not say lines they don't want to say, or they make the lines they don't like, they make other actors say other things, or they want more lines, all that kind of shit. So I was prepared for that. So that's what I thought was, but it wasn't that, it wasn't about his part. My recollection of, he had a problem with, why does the sheriff go, we need to take you to the hospital? He goes, why would the sheriff? I don't understand. And like, yeah, that's, okay, your reaction.
What?
Yes, your reaction was my reaction. I'm like going, what? I'm going, well, you know, your twin's gone, you have a gaping hole. He goes, but I'm not bleeding. Well, but you go, well, there's blood there. He goes, but there's not, it's not coming out. So, okay, and so like, it just kept going around. Like, I didn't understand why, you know, and the whole time I'm just sweating.
Yeah.
Right? And in the back of my head, I'm going, this guy was in Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
It's like one of my all-time favorite movies. I'm just going, this guy was in Cuckoo's Nest, and he's telling me there's something wrong with my script.
Oh.
So there must be something wrong with my script, but I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. You know, just like going, what?
Yeah.
And we just went, it felt like a half hour, right? Just like going round and round and round. And then they finished setting up the lights.
Yeah.
Kim comes over, goes, okay, guys, you got it worked out?
Yeah.
And Vince goes, no, not really. And then Kim goes, well, okay, you've been drinking, so the sheriff thinks you got alcohol poisoning, so you got to go to the hospital because you may die of alcohol poisoning. And Vincent goes, well, okay.
That's all.
Right. So do the scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Later on that night, we're at the bar at the hotel. It's me and Kim, Vince Chiavelli's there, and Jim Rose is there, and the guy that played the sheriff. We're all there. Kim is a very hard worker, but he also played hard.
Yeah.
He's plastered.
Yeah.
He's plastered, and Jim Rose is probably plastered as well.
Yeah.
And Vincent's there smoking his pipe, as
Yeah.
I imagine. Maybe he didn't, but okay.
Yeah.
And Jim Rose, because Jim Rose had never acted before, and he was talking some general thing like going, he like was admitting going, sometimes I don't know what's going on. We were on the set and like I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on. And then Kim starts going, oh, you want to know what's going on? Here's what's going on. Actor will come up to the director and say, I don't understand the script. I'm like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. So I take him over to the writer and I just dump him off there. Have those two guys knock each other's heads around. Well, I set up the shot and do my work. Then I'm ready to go. I go over there and I go, okay, you gotta figure it out. And if they don't have it figured out, I just pull something out of my ass. And I go shoot the scene. And then Vincent Chiavelli, who's standing there next to him, leans in and goes, and we all know that's what's going on. It was so weird. And we all just start laughing, and that was like my first introduction to like the weirdness of actors and like all the kind of weird shit.
That's a great story, right. And Vincent knew what was going on.
Yes, he did, and that like freaked me out even worse. The whole thing. So what happened is when we cast Peter Boyle, I had this fear of if Peter Boyle says, I don't understand this thing, I would faint.
It'll make you cry.
Right. So cowardly of me, I I was only up there for a day, and the first day of shooting, and he wasn't. It didn't involve him, and then I just got the hell out of there.
Oh man.
So I feel bad about that because I would have loved to have talked to the guy, but I was so.
Yeah, I mean he's so great in that.
Yeah.
And the whole, it's his story. Obviously, he's in the title, but it's even more than Mulder and Scully. It's his story.
Yeah, Duchovny really likes the episode, but I think Duchovny was always like, it's Peter Boyle's episode.
How do you feel about Duchovny? Do you guys get along?
We got along great. I really like him. We got along great. The only reason I'm hesitant is because, according to me, my notes, we got into a huge fight, and I was shocked because we got along so well. And the fight was over. Apparently, he had improvised a Charlton Heston imitation in the Cockroach episode. And I didn't use it, and he got mad at me. And
he got upset about it.
And I don't remember what it was because I don't remember it at all. And I'm assuming I didn't use it.
Something Cold Dead Hands, probably.
No. I'm assuming it's the end of Planet of the Apes because there's a lot of Planet of the Apes references.
Oh,
so
right.
I think it was
that's
like,
Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
Cold Dead Hands.
That's right. No, you're thinking, get your dirty paws off me.
Damn dirty ape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm sure what it was like, you maniacs, you blew it up.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming it was really bad. Which is why I didn't use it. And also I was after doing Humbug, and when we first did Humbug, everyone was like, we can't do this. It's funny. We can't do that. And then when we did it, and most people liked it, then the next time you did, like especially the Cockroach, everyone was like, oh, this is funny. And everybody wanted to kind of join in. And I was very...
No, it can't.
Yes.
Those characters can't think it's funny.
Yes.
It's got to be played super straight.
And it's not just the characters, the actors, but everybody.
Yeah.
Production. Everybody wants to get in on the fun.
Yeah.
And you know how that is. It's like...
Yeah.
And so I became like the guy going, no.
No, totally. We'll definitely we'll hire someone who's like a very serious actor for like a comedy because you're like, okay, so this is why it'll work because it's this guy.
Right.
And then they'll start throwing in funny lines and it's like, no, it doesn't work if you're trying to be funny. You have to be very serious for this to be funny. So why? Because you said earlier, when I said, do you not like Mulder? Oh. And you said it's more about Duchovny.
Well, it's because we got along so well.
Okay. Yeah, so you were like,
yes.
Yeah. What was it? You said you don't love Humbug. You don't like how it turned out. What was that about? Because I really love the episode. And for me, the opening really sets the tone. And I think I read a quote where you said, the way X-Files is set up, deviations from the norm are monsters and must be taken care of. And the normal people must be protected from the abnormal, unquote. So your episode flips that. The abnormal are the normal. You have the opening with the crocodile, alligator man or whatever his name is. And you think he's attacking them, but he's with his kids. And the normalcy of being weird, or the importance of finding your community. To me, that's what that episode is about. It's like finding your people. And I thought it was very successful. What was it about the episode?
Yeah, all that stuff's there. And that's why, it's a good episode. But I blame my script in a lot of ways because it was my first script. And there's a lot of just awkwardness. I ended a lot of act outs with someone getting attacked. That was like, oh no, there's another killer, and that's like a bad.
But that's sort of the language of a lot of TV shows.
Yes, but you don't want to be
like the
language.
That.
I get that from executives. Here's why I don't like the. Oh wait, okay. Also, that was the episode where I really didn't have a complete control over cutting.
Sure.
Nobody trusted me, and I was overruled on a couple of things. And here's a couple of things, and this is throughout the script, several characters before they're attacked by Leonard, who's not a creature, he's a human being. They go, what the hell? They see the thing and they go, what the hell? And then they're attacked.
Yeah.
Because that was me kind of parroting. That's a cliche of horror.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Several throughout.
Yeah.
And then the end of the script is supposed to be, the way the script ends, the guy goes, "Oh, it must have been something I ate or whatever," and Jim Rose and and they would drive off, and Mulder and Scully look at each other, and then Mulder says, "What the hell?" Nobody liked that, and I still felt, well, it's an ending, and it pays off, and nobody liked it, and I got overruled, and so that got cut. And so to me, the thing ends, it just feels kind of, well, okay, that's
all right. We've run out of time.
And then worst of all those what the hells before in the episode are left in there, and so the thing I was parroting is now done for real.
That's funny. Real quick, there's a director, James Gunn,
Right.
who directed Guardians of the Galaxy. He was telling us he made this video game called Lollipop Chainsaw, and it's like a cheerleader girl who fights zombies. And each time you rescue someone, he wrote like 100 things that the people who are rescued say, like, "Thank you for saving me."
Right.
And then he would throw in one crazy one, like, "My favorite president is Woodrow Wilson," just a random thing.
Right.
And because the creators were Japanese, they didn't know it. They put that as the first guy you rescue. So the first guy you rescue goes, "My favorite president is Woodrow Wilson," and runs away. And you're like, what the fuck was that?
That's how these things happen.
Yeah. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Oh, no, that was another thing that still gets me mad. This still gets me mad. They dig up the sheriff's potato.
Yes.
Okay. And then the sheriff goes, the scene ends with the sheriff going, "Oh, the investigation's not going too well."
Yeah.
And now he just says that, and they just drop the potato. Mulder's supposed to have a line where he says, "We're just missing a few pieces of the puzzle."
Yeah.
Cut to the back of the conundrum's head,
Okay.
which is a jigsaw puzzle.
Right.
And like I thought, like how often are you going to be able to do that transition? Or
Never.
You're gonna have, right. You're never. Only once are you going to have a character
Yeah.
who has a full body tattoo of a jigsaw puzzle. And I got to overrule. Oh no, that's corny. You can't do that.
Oh, that's too bad.
So things like that, like the episode itself, it still plays and there's still jokes and the themes all, and but it just didn't come out the way as good as I wanted it to. You mentioned the teaser. Here's my story of the teaser. I watched it daily. I'd come home. I'd been there for the whole shoot. I came home, and they did the teaser. So I just saw the teaser on the dailies. And it was so not what I wanted. Just the look of the alligator guy. That was the first time I think I saw Leonard. He was in the pool, and he looked like a Muppet.
You don't really get a great look at him.
In the dailies, you did.
Right, of course.
Right,
of
so
course,
the dailies
right.
were, it just like everything about it was like, oh God, and this is the teaser, and this is a teaser of my first episode, and you're just going, my career's over, and it was late at night, and I was driving home after watching that, and it was a heavy rainstorm that rained for an entire week here, and I'm driving on the freeway, and I don't want to say I'm crying, but I'm near that, going, my career is over, this is a disaster. And it rained so much that the freeway was actually flooded, and I hit a puddle and lost control. I was driving a truck and I lost control of the truck, and spun. I just lost control, and so I spun around. I was facing oncoming traffic.
Oh shit!
And I'm going, "Oh, you got to turn the other way, the way you're spinning." And then I spun too much, and I spun around 360, and I ended up sticking out in the middle of the freeway, sticking out into the fast lane. And the only reason why no one crashed into me is because I spun for so long. Everyone could slow down.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck up, and I get my car right, and I start driving, and I'm just like, you're breathing heavy, and you're going, oh my God, I really thought I was dead. You're going, oh God. And then I go, those dailies weren't so bad. And that really
instant perspective.
Yes, it was like, that taught me a lesson.
Yeah.
It's just a show, and okay, it's not that important.
I really love that episode, and it really, like, at the point it comes in the X-Files, I think really needed to happen. I thought D-Hand Everlast, however you say it, which Glenn Morgan and James Wan wrote. Yeah, I got taken to task for how I pronounced it.
The titles were never on. That's always the kind of funny thing.
I know.
Yeah, so no one really knows what the
I was going back
called.
to the old message boards, and people will be like, the one where Scully's in a coma in a boat. I'm like, yeah, I know what that one is. It came at a time where I think it needed to be a little more self-aware than it had been. Like, it came at a good time, I think. That episode is funny, and then your episode really, I think, gets to what the X-Files is. And subverts it just enough to, I think, bring into focus the themes of the X-Files. Like, for me, one of the big things is globalization, right? Like the idea that these small weirdo towns are getting stamped out. And I read this news story about Gibsonton. Is that the name of the town?
Yeah, I believe so.
The town where all the freaks live, that is basically sort of gone because freak shows are kind of gone.
Right.
You know, people see that shit online and stuff. And so it really, like, to me, that's the of all the themes of the X-Files, that to me is the most interesting one. Like, that's what home is about, I think, too, which your brother later wrote. So it sort of, what it did a good job was subverting what the X-Files is, where you take these two people who are supposed to be weirdos, but they're not. They're gorgeous. And you show them what the real weirdos are, and that they're not that weird. They're normal. But then also sticking to the themes of it. I think it really expanded what the show could be. That episode did.
That wasn't my intention.
You just wanted to write a good episode.
I was just writing how I wrote.
Yes, go ahead.
But what's interesting to me is you're talking about themes, like the theme of colonization, small.
Yeah.
Looking back at the X-File experience after, what was good about the show, because now series are just one story.
Yes.
It's just one story, and the main focus is just the plot.
Right.
The plot of that story.
Yeah.
X-Files, you could address that theme of small towns disappearing, or say Clyde Bruckman, talking about the theme of like, fortune telling. Does the future exist? Is there free will, fate?
Yeah, free will versus determinism. Yeah.
Right, and you go, that's what the episode's about. That's what I'm writing about. I'm writing an X-File. It's in the series, but I'm exploring that theme, or what's interesting to me about those themes. TV shows don't do that now because the themes have to conform to what that series, one story is about.
Yeah.
And so each episode is really kind of an exploration of the individual themes that the writer's doing that week. So to me, like, what's interesting is what makes a good X-File episode. And the thing is, you can go. I'm sure you've done this as you're rewatching. Is like you go, okay, there's a kind of a formula of, okay, the teaser's scary, and then Mulder's going to have this crazy theory, and then he's going to think he's wrong, but then there's a death. Scully appears to be right, and then Act 3,
death. We go to commercial.
Right, and then Act 3, they're in peril, and then. But there are episodes that follow that have all the major things, but like they're kind of lifeless.
Yeah.
They don't, and it's kind of hard to say why they have all the things. And one of the things is the lack of a better personality of the individual writers who wrote those episodes comes through. And that's another thing that doesn't happen on TV shows anymore, because every episode are the same, have the same.
Right.
And X-Files, you can really tell the difference between, like Chris. The ones that Chris wrote by himself are different than the ones he wrote with Frank. Different than the ones that Glenn and Jim wrote than me and Vince. And it wasn't a guarantee of our personalities. Sometimes we all wrote bad episodes. But the best ones have a weird... You can tell who wrote them. And the person that wrote them was writing about a theme that spoke to them.
Yeah.
Rather than, here's the crazy thing, or,
Yeah.
Here's the Mulder Scully continuation.
Yeah, I thought that what your episodes were really good at was those themes, right? Like Clyde Bruckman about free will versus determinism. And also, you're also sort of commenting a little bit, it's a little bit meta in the way that about the nature of storytelling itself. There's a line where Mulder says, if coincidences are just coincidences, why did they feel so contrived? And then the fact that the two of them end up in the same room. It's a little bit... Yes, go ahead.
That isn't meta. What that is me recognizing that I'm really bad at plot.
And calling out the coincidence?
Well, no, but that was one of the appeals of doing a psychic...
Yes.
Teller. I knew when I go, okay, I'm going to do a psychic fortune telling, I go, why that's good is I can have all these coincidences...
Yeah.
Bad plotting, essentially. Because I'm bad at plot, I go, oh.
Well, but I thought that you were sort of commenting on bad plotting in other episodes and stuff, and just by calling it out, right?
Yeah, it's hard to avoid that.
Yeah. Well, you have 41 minutes or whatever. You gotta get them in the same room somehow.
Yeah. Well, it's like when Scully, at the end of that, and the elevator's open and she shoots the guy.
And she says, I could just happen to stop here.
Right. Any other episode, you'd go, oh my God.
In this one,
You go, oh.
yeah, where it's all connected.
Yeah. That was a joke. I had to look at my script. It was a joke I put in to myself in the script when she shoots the guy. The description in the script is the guy looks down at his wound and then not like a guy who's just been shot, but like a writer who's watching the director's cut of one of his episodes. And then he says the line in the same way, that's not the way it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And then I remember going to the set when I went to prep Clyde Bruckman, and Kim Manners was shooting DPO, which is a previous episode.
Yeah, with Jack Black.
And he knew I was talking about Humbug. And so he looked at me and goes, I hear I got a bone to pick with you. And he goes, no, I read it. It was very, very funny. That's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah,
it is funny.
Yeah.
Now, that moment here, so we were talking earlier about Clyde Bruckman, and I am sort of an optimist, and I try and find like the positive message in it. And from that, I thought the idea of no free will to me is very scary, and I don't love it. And your episode is sort of about that, where Mulder says something to the effect of, well, then if everything's done, what's the point of doing anything? And he's like, now you're catching on, right? But then at the end, it doesn't end the way that the guy has been seeing it. It doesn't end that way. Mulder doesn't die. In a way, Clyde Bruckman helps him out of that. So is that I took it, or at least I tried to convince myself that maybe there is some free will, that you can change some things, that you do have some sort of, power.
Right.
And is that what that...
No. Well, yes and no. Here's the thing. I'm not... when I go, I'm going to do about fortune telling,
Yes.
psychics. You go, here's what doesn't make sense to me about fortune telling. Here's what doesn't make sense. And part of it is, well, if you know the future, then the future is written. It
Yes.
doesn't matter what we do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who, like the phrase I believe is character is destiny.
Yes.
If you believe the future is written, that's not true. Because destiny is destiny. It doesn't really matter who you are. Your fate has already been fated.
Right.
And I think instinctively, we all think that's wrong. We all believe in free will. I know there's like philosophers and
Sure.
neuroscientists will say, but instinctively, I think we all believe,
Well, you need to.
yes, we control our destinies, we control our fates in that
Yeah.
manner. And I guess that's kind of what I was trying to point out to people who go to psychics or believe in fortune tellers, that if you go to them and you believe in them, there's a whole host of things you have to believe
Right.
that you're actually not willing to believe because you haven't really thought a lot of this through. Right?
Right.
So that being said, I'm also, though, having my cake and eating it too, because and like the whole episode, Mulder, and I did a ton of research on this shit. Mulder, all the ways he discredits psychics who help like detectives is all very accurate. There's all kind of bullshit.
The vagueness.
The vagueness and the things they say and how they, and yet one character's psychic.
Yes.
All this stuff is accurate.
Yeah.
And so, and I guess that's kind of the nature of the show. And how what I do like about the episode, it's hard to explain, is that it's like one thing that kind of doesn't get me mad, but like I've been accused of like making fun of the show.
Yeah, I read a quote. Duchovny said it seemed like you were trying to destroy the show.
Right. That's Duchovny being funny.
I think it's a very funny thing to say.
But other people have said, oh, he's just making fun of the show. And I really don't think I have jokes just about Duchovny and Mulder.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of but my intention wasn't to make fun of the show. I think I was, and maybe making fun isn't the right word, but I was pointing out the absurdities
Yes.
of whatever paranormal thing that episode was about, whether
Yeah.
it's psychics or alien abduction and hypnosis and, And so I was showing the absurdities of
Yeah.
the ability to see the future.
Yeah, and I never thought that you were. I mean, that's him being funny, and it is a very funny thing to say. And I do think that you call out a lot of the sort of language of X-Files and stuff, but in a way that I never felt like you were trying to make fun of the show. I always thought, I mean, it's my favorite show, and your episodes are my favorite episodes. So if that wasn't true,
Right.
I would have hated your episodes if I really did get that sense from them. Do you know this phrase? I talked about it and I did the episode Locus of Control.
No.
It's this phrase, my wife who's a therapist, she brought it up, and she says a lot of like college essay, like when you submit applications, they'll ask this question, and locus of control. I don't want to talk about it too much because I talked about it a lot when we talk about Clyde Bruckman, is there are two kinds of people who think it's an external locus of control or internal. And internal people think that they're the ones who can sort of affect their own lives and affect their own, there's no such thing as destiny. And people who have an external thing tend to sort of blame outside factors. So, they'll ask a question like, do you believe in destiny? And if kids say yes, well, that means they're more likely to blame other people for, things they're doing rather than, taking control of themselves or whatever. And it feels like the bad guy in this episode sort of has an external locus of control in that he's like, why am I doing these things? And then Clyde Bruckman goes, because you're a homicidal maniac. And he has this moment, he's like, oh yeah, that does make sense. I thought that was very interesting from like a perspective of just like different personality types, even though, your episode isn't even really about that specific thing.
But that's that part of his character, destiny. Does it, who you are, affect what happens to you? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
But some people don't.
Yeah.
Don't think that that's true.
Yeah.
I can tell you a weird story.
Yes, please do.
Okay. And this was once again a little convoluted.
No, please.
Okay. So when I'm writing Clyde Bruckman, he was just a serial killer, killing fortune tellers. I didn't have the character defined, and he just was serial killer cliches. It was just, I'm a serial killer. I didn't know any. It was just terrible.
He wasn't a guy who saw his own actions.
No. He was just a serial killer, and I didn't have any. And it was just like he's a crazy serial killer. I go, wow, this is awful. And I go, okay, well, what's the opposite of this? What's the opposite of what I've got so far? And Stu Charno, who's the actor, was married to one of our writers, Sarah.
Yeah.
And he'd come by a couple times, and I only knew him briefly. It was just like, oh, hi, nice to meet you. But he had kind of this goofy, he was an actor. I knew he was an actor. But he had kind of this kind of goofy...
He's like a putz.
charm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like a kind of a Harpo Marx kind of quality. And so the minute I thought of him, I go, oh, Stu Charno.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, if the guy's goofy, he's not like a serial killer. Oh, that's interesting, because then, like, why is he killing people? And he's like, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But he is. And what does that mean? It's like the minute I thought of Stu, the whole character kind of fell into place.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wrote, and then we made him audition because I'd seen him in a commercial or something, and Sarah goes, no, he's an actor, but you go, oh, is this guy any good? So we actually made him audition and cast him. Before he goes to the part, we met, and he goes, okay, how do you want me to play this?
Yeah.
Okay. And once again, this is my first script, and this was like pre-Vincent. No, this is the second one.
Yeah.
So this is still coming off the Vincent Schiavelli,
Yeah.
and I still didn't know how to talk to actors.
Yeah.
Okay. So he goes, how do you want me to play this? And I was really confused. And I go, well, I wrote the part.
Yeah.
I go, just be yourself.
Yeah.
Just be yourself.
Yeah.
And I describe the character as I actually describe the character as an amiable goofball.
Yeah.
When we first see him.
Wow.
Okay. So he goes off, and I'm watching dailies, and I believe like the first scene is the teaser.
Yeah, where they bump into each other.
Right. And I go, what the fuck's he doing?
Oh, he's being all creepy?
Yeah, because he's not being himself. The way he is in the last scene with Bruckman in the hotel room, that's how he was supposed to be throughout.
I felt like he was like that.
No, he's not. He's not. Because I went, what the fuck's he doing?
No, the one where he's holding her hand and she's like, you're hurting me. He's like, I know. I don't know.
There's
why.
a gentleness there.
Yes.
Did you know the gypsy the phony gypsy in that teaser is also the mother under the bed in Home.
I found out a couple weeks ago when I was looking her up.
I didn't find that
she's
until
beautiful.
Last year, and Glenn didn't know either, and Glenn has used her in
really
all his movies. I go, did you know that was Karen? Yeah, so it was... Anyways.
That's Glenn's, like, avatar pic on his Twitter.
Oh, the mama, the badass,
Yeah. Are you on Twitter? You're not
no.
on Twitter.
Okay. Twitter. Okay, so, see the scene, and I go, well, what's he doing? He's not being himself.
Yeah.
Right? So I had to call Nutter. Nutter was the director.
Yeah.
And I go, he's not being himself. And then I had to explain how I wanted him to be.
Yeah.
And that's what I should have said
to him.
Okay. So, and then eventually, the way he is at the end is how I wanted him to be through the whole thing. When the episode reran, I think Stewart called me up and he goes, I was like really bothered by my performance. And I went back and looked at the script. I go, I kind of did that wrong, didn't I? And I go, well, yeah, sort of. I go, but it doesn't matter. Because everybody likes it. It doesn't matter. And I go, and it may have been better that way. You know, maybe the way I intended wouldn't. And he was like, and he had said, well, you know, I wanted to like give the character an arc. Right? It was like an actor's thing. And I didn't say it. I was like, oh man, if I wanted the character to have an arc, I would have written him one.
No, he's not supposed to have an arc.
Right, exactly.
The whole point is that he doesn't.
Okay. My point, yes. And so the thing is, at the time, I kind of go, oh, these actors.
Yeah.
Okay. But it wasn't until Small Potatoes I realized how stupid I was, because Vince goes, oh, you want to, okay, I agreed to do Small Potatoes. Vince sends me the script, and I call him and I go, okay, how do you want me to play this? And he goes, oh, just be yourself. And that's when I realized, that's why I'm an idiot.
What should you have said to Stu when you first asked?
Well, because here's the thing. If you say to someone, just be yourself, it's a meaningless thing, because everybody acts differently.
Oh, yeah.
With their families and at the office. Everybody acts differently. And the things you're asking them to do, they don't. Stewart has never killed anyone as far as I know, so he doesn't know how to be himself. Or I don't know, I'm being interrogated by FBI. I've never been interrogated by FBI. And so I should have explained to him, your character is this, which would have been difficult, because he did ask me, why does my character kill? Yeah. And according to my notes, I told him because I needed him to. Yeah. Which is not another bad direction.
But the whole point, the character works if he's a guy who doesn't know why he kills, because the character doesn't know why he kills.
But I didn't explain that to him. That's what I would have said to him. Now, see, now you after years, you learn how to talk to actors and go, this is what they need.
Yeah.
So I'll say it to him like this, and he will be himself.
Yeah.
Because what you're really saying is be the person I think you're like. Be the amiable. I'm sure Stewart doesn't think of himself as an amiable goofball. No,
but call him
that's how I describe the character.
I mean, tell someone to act like themselves and they won't.
Exactly.
Because that's when they're self-conscious. They're like, what am I? How do I hold my hands when I'm myself?
Exactly. Yeah. So I screwed that up, but
so you thought that there was a gentleness there, like in that scene we're talking about.
He's not supposed to. That's what you're reading.
Supposed to be.
He's supposed to be going, why am I killing you?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be.
Okay.
I don't understand this. And it would be like, I probably would have told him, look, you're like a funny guy. You find amusement in all things, and yet you're killing people, and you shouldn't be, and it makes no sense. And you think that's funny too.
Yeah.
So it'd be like,
that's great. Wow.
Yeah,
okay, that's really interesting. Yeah. I hadn't ever thought of the character in that way, and it worked for me because he doesn't have that much screen time anyway. You don't really see him
very short.
That much. Also, the way he looks does help the amiable goofballness,
because that's one of the casting things, is that he does not look like a serial killer.
No, he looks like a normal kind of a goofy guy. He's a goofy-looking guy.
Right. So that still works. And like I said, maybe the way he did it actually was better.
Yeah.
Who knows?
That's interesting. Well, so you cast Duchovny stand-in? That's true?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you wrote it for him?
Yeah. I met Yap on Humbug.
Yappy?
Yappy. His real name is Yap.
Okay.
And he... In real life, his accent is much thicker.
Thicker?
He's thicker, yes. Very hard to understand. And he's much more manic.
Where is he from?
He's from Holland.
Okay.
And then I think it was like he was from Montreal or Canada. He moved.
Yeah.
And then found his way to Vancouver. very thick Dutch accent, and very, it talks like this, and you can't understand him. And so when I first met him, I literally went, "Oh God, I got to use this guy." He's crazy. He's not crazy, but he's like a one of a kind, eccentric.
Oh yeah, well, there's one line where I don't understand what he says, and what he says is, "So's your old man." He's like, "So you man." Like,
it's my favorite line.
What was that?
He's trying really hard to be understood. So
your man. Yeah.
So's your man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I used Jim Rose, who wasn't really an actor.
So Yappy's fucking great in it too. Jim Rose is really, really good in it, but Jim Rose is used to he's a showman, right?
Yes,
so he can talk in the sort of mock theatrical way, and it works for the character.
But I think true of him and Yappy and even me in Small Potatoes, you could have got better actors to play all those parts. But there's a quality of those. The fact that Duchovny's doing a scene with his stand-in creates a weirdness that helps the scene that if it had just been some actor that you'd cast, central casting.
Well, and in a way, it also works because, and obviously people watching won't know it unless they read about it, because that guy's in the position kind of that Duchovny wants to be in, right? Duchovny wants to be the guy who walks in and there's this theory and everyone's like applauding and but he's not. Duchovny's the guy who's like outside the room when the guy, so he's a weirdo and everybody loves him, but Duchovny's a weirdo and everybody thinks he's a fucking weirdo. So that works too, in that they're sort of mirror images. In some, not mirror images, but they're like two sides of the same kind of coin or something.
That was my favorite gag in rewatching it this morning. This was in the script, is when Yappy first comes in, the guy that's been taking the crime scene photographer
takes a picture of him,
and then he takes off his glasses and goes, "No, don't take my picture."
Yeah, don't take my picture. Yeah,
that's one of my favorite gags.
It's very funny, and what you do a lot in your sort of misleads, which I think you do really well. It happens in the it happens a lot in Humbug, and it happens here where they're like talking about, you think Mulder, and then Mulder comes in and goes, "Who the hell are you?" And it's really Yappy, and you think that the one who's skeptical is Scully, but the one who's blocking him is really Mulder, right? I thought it was really interesting in that in the Humbug episode, Jim Rose, in a way, is a mouthpiece, it seems to me, for a lot of things that for the writer, right? Mm-hmm. Where he's saying that genetic engineering is going to like stamp out the weirdos and stuff. But then he also turns out to be kind of a fraud, a fake, right?
Oh, yeah.
That great moment where the cop pulls on his chains and he goes, "Ow!"
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
And then the bed of nails isn't hard. So I thought that was interesting because it's a lot of times in a movie or TV show where you see someone who's like, Woody Allen does this, where clearly, this guy's a stand-in for the writer. Sometimes they can become a little insufferable.
Right.
M. Night uses himself as a stand-in for himself, but I thought that the fact that you sort of take the piss out of him too, really was very effective. And
we're all freaks.
Yeah.
That was it.
No, I really, really like that. I don't know if you listened to the Humbug episode of the podcast, but my wife and I talked a lot about how, she was like a goth in high school, and she was a weird kid who sort of embraced a weirdness. And she's met the conundrum, and like she went to see the Jim Rose Circus like 94. I think this episode is 94 or 95, somewhere around there. And I was always like, I just wanted to be normal and cool, and I just wasn't. I just wanted to be a cool kid, and I never was. And I think watching that episode was really moving for me, because I think accepting you for who you are is it's very important, and that's how you can be comfortable in life, right? Is being okay with how you are and finding people who are okay with how you are.
Unless you're like me.
What do you mean?
You don't want to be like me. I'm not comfortable being me.
Yes, you are. You quit after 4 episodes.
One of the things I found interesting watching and talking about the Humbug, the people who are listening to your podcast who have never watched or watching the show for the first time, I'm assuming are kids.
Yeah,
they will not understand that when this episode was made, people did not have full body tattoos.
Yeah,
that was a real freak thing.
That's a crazy thing, yeah.
And even tattoos in general. Like when I was a kid, only military and convicts had
Yeah.
tattoos. And now that scene doesn't even really register that he's got a full body tattoo. It's like, oh, so what? It's you bump into a guy off the street.
Yeah.
And I remember when they came in for the first time to the production offices, they named me, he had like a huge hoop in his mouth
Yeah.
that I didn't want. And he goes, oh, I can take it out. And then he goes, I also have pierced nipples.
Yeah.
And I had never, this is back when people did not, I didn't even really know, why would you pierce your nipple? That's how, and I go, well, what does it look like? And so he took off his shirt. And I was like, I'm looking at the pierced nipples.
Yeah.
Which is now you just go, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Right? But I'm like going, oh.
50% of people have
Exactly.
pierced
I'm like
nipples.
going, whoa, this is so gross. And I go, what do I say? Because I didn't want him to wear it, but I didn't want to be like one of those jerks. Like, oh, take them out.
Yeah.
I go, what do I say? And then I realized that everyone in the production office, there's like 50 people, had gone dead silent. And they were all just watching me look at his pierced nipples. And, they're all Canadian, so they hadn't seen pierced nipples either.
By the way, that's a great quote. They're all Canadians, so they hadn't seen pierced nipples. That's great.
True.
It's true.
But that's how that was what we now take as self-expression and being comfortable with yourself.
Yes.
You couldn't be as comfortable back then.
Yeah.
There was more rules about what you could and could not do with your nipples.
Yeah. Now there's no rules. Yeah, your nipples are a canvas. Yeah, express yourself using them. So before we stop, we should. You found some stuff in the X-Files box, right?
I have all my old censor notes. I have a crazy letter. I should just read. I gotta read you this.
Please do.
One letter. I used to. This wasn't addressed to me. And I had, for some reason, I always kept this in my office. It was taped to my office. And it's not dated, but the guy's from Pennsylvania.
Okay.
To whomever at Fox, get rid of the X-Files and bring back Sightings.
What is that?
Now, Sightings, which I didn't see, I'm assuming is just like when I was a kid, there was a show called In Search Of.
Okay.
Which was like documentaries on paranormal things that Leonard Nimoy hosted.
Okay.
And I'm assuming Sightings is the exact same show, only they probably cut out Leonard Nimoy's part and just put in someone else.
Okay, sure.
Right. So it must have been the year before. This must have been after the first season. I thought it was Sightings. I thought it was your best show. Don't care for this X-Files. Don't care much for fiction. I like Sightings documentary style. Interviewing people and reports on UFOs, Loch Ness Monsters, Bigfoot, etc. Real stuff works, not made up stuff.
Real stuff like the Loch Ness Monster.
Real stuff works, not made up stuff. That's one of my favorite lines. There's not much to watch on Fridays anymore except 2020. I used to look forward to Fridays at 9 on Fox. Not anymore. You just lost the viewer, Fox.
Oh.
I love the fact that he addresses Fox like it's a best friend that's let him down.
That's amazing. Oh, poor guy. His life must be so sad.
Yeah, I guess I just kept that to remind me that's what people really thought of the show.
Well, it's interesting. Sometimes I am on Twitter and people will say crazy stuff and I'll get angry and I'm like, that person's life is probably, people are crazy.
If they're worried about 2020 and that's, yes.
Loch Ness Monster.
Speaking of crazy, this was the other letter and this was to, I don't want to read it because the guy's obviously insane.
Okay.
And we used to get letters of people writing about their UFO experiences. And they would say, I've never told anyone this. And then you're going, why tell a TV? Why?
I'm not the person.
Yes, exactly.
Talk to it.
Yes. But this one guy wrote this letter, and it was addressed to Chris, but they gave it to me because the guy was from San Diego where I grew up, so they thought I could relate to him. That was the joke. But he dated the letter, and it was July 28th, 1995, and then underneath it, in parentheses, he wrote, human calendar.
So this is going to be good.
Right. And then the thing is, he started off the letter, the first line is, I am disguised as a human, but he spelled it Hueman.
Okay.
And then it goes, I wish no publicity. It was the second line. Okay. And the rest is just craziness.
Well, so it says human years,
it says
but
human
that
calendar,
is spelled...
Human, Human.
That's spelled properly.
Right. And then the first line is, I am a human.
Okay.
In my mind, in my memory, I merged those, and I always remembered as being human calendar.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not. It's human. But the thing is that from the time I first read this, I still to this day will occasionally, when asked to give a date, will give the date and then say human calendar.
Human calendar. I'm going to do that now.
Yes, Chris would always make fun of me because I would always, when I was there. But that was, I brought that in because that was explaining my own notes that I don't remember some of these things. And I always remember this letter as being human. And then when I found this letter, I go, oh no, he put human calendar.
Well, I mean,
he's not as crazy as I thought.
Yeah, exactly. He's not so crazy. He's disguised as a human, but he's just talking about the human calendar. Well, it's interesting. We won't talk about Jose Chung right now. Hopefully you'll come back and talk about it. But like, you talk a lot about the nature of memory and stuff and in that episode.
Yes.
And I just watched that one yesterday, and it's a really, really, really
I would love
episode.
to come back because I think actually, because that one, it's like my favorite episode actually. And I think that's the most misunderstood.
I would. You're back. You'll come back.
I'll do the censor notes. I have all these. I don't want to go over everyone, but there's like some funny.
Some good ones. Okay. Do we not?
I'm just going to tell you. This is the first one of Jose Chung. This will wet your whistle. This is the first note on Jose Chung.
Okay.
Page 4. Caution that Jose Chung is not portrayed stereotypically gay. So we cast Charles Nelson Riley in the part.
Yeah.
What?
He's gonna be Charles Nelson Riley. I read one thing where the word liquescence you used because what was that story? Clyde Bruckman?
They would not let me use the word maggot.
Why? Because it rhymes with a word that's more objectionable.
Their objection was to the graphicness. Here's the note. I'll read this quick. As scripted, the tulip should hide the more intimate parts of Bruckman's body, including his buttocks. The time-lapse dissolve of Bruckman's body should be very brief and not too distasteful. In addition, please delete the following of Bruckman's more graphic descriptions of his decaying body. And this is the line, as it was written. Next, the blowflies arrive to deposit their eggs, and in no time, maggots have devoured all my flesh. My innards rupture while my tissues liquefy.
Yeah.
I couldn't use any of that. Wow. And you go, why? And I couldn't use the word maggots. And the reasoning was just like, oh no, with the images, it's like too much. And so like I changed it to the insects arrive, and then my own inside joke was I changed it to putridity and liquescence.
Nobody talks like that.
Because he would never say that. He would never. And then
that worked.
I couldn't even have Bruckman vomit off screen. He sees the image of the dead body.
Yeah.
And he runs off to vomit because and they go, no, you couldn't hear. You couldn't hear. We do not want to hear Bruckman vomit. Cough-like sounds are acceptable, but not retching.
Wow.
So if you listen to it, he actually just goes, and it couldn't be in a toilet. It's kind of echoey, but no, it can't be.
That's so interesting because if anything, that would make it less harsh because he's a guy who's affected by a dead body.
To it.
Yeah.
When I saw that, when I was going over this, I got mad at myself going, how did I lose that argument?
Yeah.
And then when I noticed there's no mention, and it must have gotten by them, there's an image. Bruckman has the image of the little dog eating
a woman.
They never.
That's probably the harshest image in all of the X-Files.
It must have got past them. They didn't know what they were.
Well, because you didn't flash back when you saw the lighter, so they didn't know what was going on.
They do have caution that character is not stereotypically portrayed as an absent-minded senior citizen.
What kind of note is that?
So they were worried about that, but it was okay to show her getting eaten by her dog, I guess.
Did they read the script? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming.
I'm sorry I didn't stay. I knew we were going to go all over the place.
No, this is great. We actually kept to Humbug and Clyde Bruckman. The next time we can talk about Jose Chung and the cockroach episode.
Yeah, let's just focus on Jose Chung.
that would be fantastic.
Right.
I was really nervous. I didn't know if you'd be intimidating, but you're not.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
But I do have pierced nipples, so you don't know that. You don't know that.
You're going to go and blow some Canadians' minds.
Chris wanted me to cut the line, after seeing the cut for the first time, he wanted me to cut the line, everybody's having sex except for me.
I think that line is so funny.
But here was, yes, but here was his reason, and in the script, it's much funnier. Reading it, that line reads really, really funny.
I think it's really funny in the episode.
But not as funny as it reads.
Okay.
And so his reaction was, the line doesn't play as well. We should cut it. And then I had to go, no, I still think it's not as funny as it reads, but it's still funny. And I need that because he kills himself in the end. I go, and I need all the depressive things that he says. Yeah. Otherwise, that's just going to come
out of nowhere
and seem too convenient.
Why do you think it's not as funny as it could have been?
That's just true of a lot of lines.
Yeah.
When you read, I'm skipping into Jose Chung, which you don't want to do. But the funniest line in Jose Chung reading the script is the guy going, "Avoid the lava man" at the very end.
I think that's very funny.
But reading the script,
it's
like laugh out loud funny, and it doesn't play as funny, and there's no reason why, and that's why it's so difficult sometimes, because you don't. But I remember when I was a kid, I read this book by this editor. The book was called "When the Shooting Stops, the Cutting Begins," and he cut a lot of the early Woody Allen movies and the producers, and he had made the point that when he cuts with directors who are also the writers, that they tend to, when an actor doesn't say a line exactly the way they want it to, they just want to cut the line. And he has to go to the directors, the line still works. And that always stayed with me, and I've done the same, and that's what I think Chris was doing the same, and I have done that too, where I have to go, okay, I want to just cut this because that's didn't play the way I wanted it to, but it still works. It still has a meaning. It's just not exactly what you wanted, but that doesn't mean you should just get rid of it.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, totally. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to ask real quick. For me, this is a bigger thing. What I took away from Clyde Ruckman, the episode, was he does kill himself, whatever, but he has a connection. So I guess it's the positive I took from that. You said that there's very little positive.
You're really looking to be.
I am.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
To me, it's that, all we have is each other, right? We just make a connection. That's something. Yeah.
Okay. That'll work.
All right. Great. What an uplifting episode.
There's one more thing I wanted to talk about.
Yes, please.
Because this is another thing that would definitely be cut if it was done nowadays. And I don't know if anyone picks up on this, but there's a scene when he's just been doing the lottery ticket, and Mulder knocks. He goes, "Come in." And Mulder comes in. He
does that whole thing.
He goes, "I know why you're here.
Oh, it's you.
Found dead body." Then he goes, "Oh, it's you." Right?
Yeah.
I remember Bob Goodwin, who's R.W. Goodwin.
R.W. Goodwin.
It's Bob Goodwin, and he's in charge of production. And I remember him going the script going, "No, wait a second. Are there other? He's involved in another case.
What else is he thinking of?"
Yeah, he was really confused, going, "There's another case." And I was going, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, what?" He was really confused. I go, "Bob, it's just like a gag." He goes, "Well, is it really happening?" I go, "Yes, but it's just a gag." And if this script was done nowadays, the executives would go, "This is confusing. People are going to be confused. Cut this out." Or they'd go, "Well, who are these other detectives? Should we have a scene with that case?"
How many cases is he on?
You go, "It's just a gag. It's a funny gag for me. It's a way to get all that information out as a joke, and you move on." But it would be cut now.
I thought that he was fucking with them.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
There's another case.
I thought he was. There's another case. That's way funnier.
It's just like I did it like Humbug too. Humbug, in the Hall of Mirrors.
Yeah.
The creature. It's not a creature. It's supposed to scamper across the floor. Scully turns and fires, and then the creature was supposed to go, "Whoa!" "Oh, you got me!" and falls, dead. And then when she goes to touch it, she hits a mirror.
Yeah.
And then looks around, and then the thing's gone.
Yeah.
And then both Chris and Bob are like, "Well, why does the creature pretend to get shot? If it's not shot, why does he pretend to get shot?" I go, "That's the gag." And of course, we couldn't do that because of the thing. And so but things like that, I put stuff in there just to amuse myself, really.
Yeah.
You can't do that nowadays. The writers can't amuse themselves. The executives are are
Why
all
do you think that's happened? Why has it changed so much? Was it that Fox was a smaller station?
That's, I think, the initial thing of why they weren't so hands-on.
Yeah.
I think nowadays it's just because the audiences are so smaller and you have such a small window before they
succeed.
cancel something
Yeah.
that they have to be, we got to get this,
Yeah.
they're so hands-on about everything that they kill.
But I think what people connect to is the personal vision of the writers. I don't think they connect to something that is pitched at them. I think they connect to something that they can see meant something to someone, that someone felt passionate about, right? Like when I do stand-up, I try and tell stories that I think are funny. I don't think about what the audience thinks is funny. And I think that's what works best. At least people respond to like specific stuff, not...
Executives will never give a no going, I don't agree with this theme, I don't agree with your viewpoint. It's just plot and stuff, but when you're writing something, you're expressing what interests you or your theme, what you believe, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They don't address that, and they take that stuff out, and that's what you're saying. A lot of that is you're expressing a viewpoint, and they can't understand that.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing they want to cut.
Man, but it's amazing that you got to make these episodes exactly the way you wanted to make them.
Yeah, and I didn't appreciate it at the time, because I didn't know it was never not going to happen.
Why did you stop after 4?
There's a lot of reasons.
Okay.
The main one was I never should have been I'm not suited to be a television staff writer, and I shouldn't have taken a job, and there's a whole story with that, which we can't...
Was it your brother that convinced you?
No, he tried, he told me not to take the job. When it was offered the job, I called him and said, they're offering me staff, I can't do this. He goes, yeah, you're not.
Were you offered like, just, it was coincidence that your brother was already on the show?
Yeah. No. Glenn was on the show, and okay, I don't want you to be late to your...
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I had nothing to do with Blood. That's another, you did the episode Blood.
Yeah, didn't you?
I got story credit.
Yeah.
I got story credit. I have nothing to... And what it was Glenn, I had been out of work, and Glenn goes, okay, I got an idea for a story, try to write it, and if it's any good, try to write the script. If it's any good, I'll get it to Chris, and maybe you can,
Yeah.
And so he goes, here's the story, machines are telling you to kill people, okay. And maybe a day later he calls and goes, okay, a script came in and it was shitty, it got tossed, we need a script right away. That's the only idea I have right now, so I've got to do that episode. But look, if you come in and help us break the story, I'll give you story credit. But me and Jim have to write it, because
we need to write it.
Like in 2 days. And so I came in. I didn't help him at all. I was probably, because Glenn doesn't need my help. And it was like, I'm sure I was only there for like a couple hours.
Yeah.
But while I was there, Howard Gordon, this is how I've heard the story. Howard Gordon was briefly in the story meeting. And whatever I said, he thought I got the show, even though I didn't. I didn't really get the X-Files. And Howard thought that I did, because Howard didn't get the show either, really. So they had an opening for a staff, and I think it was Howard that told Chris, hey, I think this guy gets the show. And so I got offered the job, even though Chris had never read anything I had written. And I think it was just because he thought, oh, Glenn has him working, so Glenn trusts him.
Yeah.
And so they offered me the job, and I called my agent. He called me. They offered you staff. I go, I can't do it, because I was I wanted to do features, and it wasn't that I looked down on TV, but it's a whole different.
It's a different thing.
It's a different thing, and I grew up watching TV, but I watched comedies. I didn't watch hour dramas.
Clyde Bruckman is named after a writer who worked with Buster Keaton.
Silent comedies, and I wanted to be a feature guy, and the way my mind works, I think of just separate stories, which is why I did standalone episodes.
Yeah.
And I'm a very slow writer. My previous writing job, I had a nervous breakdown, and it was a disaster. I was way late, and it was just like, so.
Was it a TV writing job?
It was a feature.
Yeah.
And being a staff writer, it's time. Deadlines. It's all about deadlines. You have to write fast. And so they offered me the job, and I told my agent, I called Glenn. I go, they offered me a staff. I can't do this. And Glenn was like, yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So I called my agent. Go, yeah, I can't do this. And he was like, this guy's still my agent. This is the only advice he ever gave me that was like good. He goes, well, what are you doing? Why not? Because you're not working. I can't get you work. You haven't written anything in a while. Why not take the job? It's only for 9 weeks. It was a 9-week, and if it doesn't work, you work for 9 weeks, and I couldn't argue with that.
Yeah.
And so I go, okay. And so that's how I ended up on staff.
Really? Because of Howard Gordon, kind of.
Yeah.
And then that was season 2?
Yeah, that was the beginning of season 2. And then the thing, like, why I like listening to your podcast is because I'm listening to it differently, obviously, and I'm remembering Dwayne Barry.
Yeah.
The Dwayne Barry episode. I forgot Chris directed that. I started work the day Chris left to direct.
Uh-huh.
He was gone for over a month. So, like, the very first day, hi, welcome, bye.
Yeah.
And I didn't see my boss for well over a month. And, I forgot all about that. Well, how did we get on this topic?
No, I just asked how you ended up writing for the show.
Yeah, so when I'm asked, I always go, oh, my brother. My brother was on the show, so it's simpler than all that because it makes no sense.
No,
Oh no! You asked why I left, and the main reason was I was the whole time I was there. It was like I don't belong here.
Yeah.
And I didn't really. I was different than the other staff writers in that everybody else who joined the show was a big fan of the show.
Yeah.
And I watched the first season just because Glenn worked on it.
Yeah.
But I didn't really like it.
Really?
Yeah. And that's why the only episode I really liked and I loved it was Beyond the Sea.
Which is what you sort of said you went back to watch and do Clyde Bruckman, sort of based on that.
Right.
You reference it with the jersey and stuff a little bit.
And when I joined staff, I didn't really even know how to write a TV script. So I took the Beyond the Sea script and just really broke it down, like how many scenes in an act, how many pages per scene.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know how to do any of that stuff and really just kind of analyzed how to do a TV script. I didn't even know.
And is that how you got the idea to do a psychic show?
Yeah, because there are only so many paranormal topics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. All of them are in sightings, apparently.
Yes. No, exactly. You have a checklist.
Yeah.
And when a writer did an episode that was off limits, Jersey Devil, can't do that. That's sort of like Bigfoot, too.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone. And so when I went back to Beyond the Sea, I go, because you forget the paranormal thing is the guy's really a channeler. Because he was on his experience on the electric chair, he could then
he can channel
dead bodies, which is sort of psychic, but not really psychic. And so I was like, psychic's still available.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where that, and trying to do that, I go, it's close, but it's different.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been done yet, so I can do that.
Yeah. What I really liked about that episode was that you mentioned it briefly, like you took a paranormal thing and then you sort of follow it to its logical conclusion. Well, if there's psychics, that means there's no free will. Ultimately, that's what that means. And actually, there's a line where Mulder says, it's such a small line where he says the implications of your powers on physics and neuroscientists. Like, you never... X-Files never really addresses that, but like, if this is real, some shit is different. Our world is different than we thought. And with that one line, you address all that stuff that X-Files never do, where each X-File seems to be like a self-contained thing and there's insanity and then you just sort of live your normal life. Well, in that episode, you're saying, if this is true, there is no normal life. Everything is sort of changed and different. The implications of it are huge.
That's why I actually love Mulder's last speech in Jose Chung, because he tells it not to write the book because it deals with things that we don't understand yet.
Yeah.
And once we do, it will make sense. But because we don't, this all just seems like craziness.
Yeah, it seems crazy. We seem crazy.
Right.
We'll talk about it more next time. But Jose Chung, his last speech is just so good. His last.
I like it too.
Yeah. It really brings the whole thing together. It's such a wonderful way. Do you have any other notes from Clyde?
Alex Dykin, who's an actor I cast in everything. He plays the museum curator in Humbug.
Yeah, and then he's in Clyde, and he's the hypnotist in Jose Chung.
He's the tarot card reader in Clyde Bruckman.
Yes.
And I wanted him in the cockroach episode as well. And as I was writing, he wanted to play the roboticist.
That's what I figured.
And as I was writing the script, I was so far behind that my description of the script I wrote, okay, the scientist looks, and then I just went, oh, look, just cast Alex Dyken in the part.
Yeah.
And that's how the script went out.
Yeah.
And that was the one time he wasn't available.
Oh.
So I had to go up to the actor on the set to explain and apologize. And he goes, oh, no, I'm old friends with Alex. I laughed so hard when I saw that.
That guy's great.
Yeah, no, that's why I use him all the time.
Yeah.
And I've continued to continue to cast him.
Yeah, he's in Intruders, right?
Yeah, that was like my one thing that I contributed to Intruders. When I cast Alex Dyken, I was right. I think that's Red Tulips. There's a band.
Oh, I got to tell you real quick. There was an X-Files art show that I went to, and they had someone had done a painting of, I forget the name of the artist. And in fact, I never knew the name of the artist, but it's a drawing, and it's beautiful. It's Clyde Bruckman, and it's him in the, that scene where he's laying down and decaying, and I wanted to,
Was there a painting or a graphic?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And I wanted to give it to you, but then I also wanted to keep it, so I struggled with it.
No, that's okay, because I still have my cards for Clyde Bruckman. I know my brother gave you.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, maybe I should give these. And I know. I'm keeping them.
Yeah. Okay.
So sorry.
I mean, if you ever change your mind, I'm here. I'm actually getting his framed right now.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of cards.
No, I'm going to pick. I have to pick some of them. And my favorite one is Mulder and Scully are too late. So I'm just going to pick like sort of good representative ones.
How I learned to board from Glenn.
Yeah.
Humbug. I couldn't figure out the end of the second act or something, and that was the last thing. I go, I can't. I'm stuck.
Yeah.
And Glenn goes, well, what do you need to have happen?
Yeah.
I go, well, the sheriff. They need to suspect the sheriff is the killer.
Yeah.
Because of the Jim thing, but then they need to find out he's not.
Yeah.
Right away. But I don't know. And so he took a card and he wrote, sheriff is suspicious, then is not. And stuck it on my board. He goes, there, you're done. So I've always kept that card. Because that taught me something. It's like sometimes when you're stuck, you just kind of need to go, okay, what am I trying to solve? And for now, that's all I need to know. And I'll think about that as I'm writing the thing.
That's great. That's actually really good. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Until Jose Chung,
which I'm very, very excited about.
Me too.
That'll be good. Thank you. So, this is going to be even less structured than the last one.
Okay.
Because
that's impossible.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because this episode, I've seen it so many times. Jose Chung's From Outer Space. I've seen it so many times, and it just feels like there's so much to it that I can't really quite structure my thoughts about it. So we just kind of have to jump around. Can I tell people the email you sent me? I emailed you last week being like, hey, you want to come talk about this episode? And you said, yeah, I can't wait to come and tell you why this should be your favorite episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we talked about Clyde Bruckman and all last time. First of all, before we get started, how do you feel about this X-Files coming back thing?
Well, if it does, which I'm not so sure that it will, it was very exciting.
It is. Would you want to be involved?
Oh, sure.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. That would be so awesome.
Yeah.
That would be really exciting. I think it's going to happen. Because that's what they've all been saying in the in interviews and stuff.
We'll see.
You maybe know more than I do. I just know.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. Very exciting. Okay, so you said that you'll tell me why.
Yes.
Should we talk about War of the Coprophages?
No.
You don't want to talk about it.
I tried to listen to your episode, and I couldn't hear it through my tears.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because you were like, this is the worst episode
no,
ever.
I didn't. No, we didn't.
I like the episode even less than you
do. No.
Although I think I understand it better than you do.
The War of the Coprophages? Yeah. No, you like it less than I like it. I liked it quite a bit. For me, that episode, I think we talked about this from all of your episodes. All your episodes have such a strong thesis statement. I feel like they all have like, this is what it's about. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. That's the one episode that for me, couldn't quite figure out what it was about. And because I know you wrote it, I'm looking for more than I am in most X-Files episodes.
Not to spend too much time on it, but like the whole idea of it was we tend to think of ourselves as being like intelligent human.
We're just shit-eating animals.
Well, yes, and that we're searching for intelligent life out in the universe. It's like, okay, where's the intelligent life here?
Right.
And if you look at how, especially in terms of like mass hysteria or things like that, we do not use our intelligence. We become just reactive, creatures.
Yeah.
And that tied into, there was an MIT roboticist who was kind of based on the guy that built the thing. And he had discovered rather than trying to figure out how the brain works, that if you gave a robot just sort of a simple, avoid this object, move, that it would seem to have a consciousness, that these robots seem to actually have a life, but they didn't. They were just reacting to stimuli.
Oh my.
And so it was that kind of idea of like, we think of ourselves as being so intelligent, but we tend to just reacting to stimuli, or, we just want to eat, sleep, and hump.
Yeah, and that's exactly, that's what we talked about that in the episode, because it's also, Mulder's trying to investigate this big thing, but he ends up falling in love with this woman just because she's attractive.
It's human nature.
Yeah, of course. And she is very attractive.
Oh, yeah. And so it had all that sort of stuff. But the reason why I dislike that episode on several things. One is just, it was really hard to write for some reason. And when I started, I thought I had all these great ideas. And go, I'm going to do this, and this is going to be really fun about it. And then once you're writing, you're going, this isn't coming together. And when you're doing stuff on your own, you go, okay, this isn't working. I'm just going to toss it. But you're on a TV show.
There's a machine.
It's due next week. It's due tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so you're just stuck. And so it was just like the episode that's the furthest from what I set out to do.
Right.
So that's why I've always sort of, and the other thing too is, and this will get a little into Jose Chung as well.
Sure.
I can when I've had to rewatch the episode, like I saw it 2 years ago, I can really tell I'm really forcing it, trying to be funny
with the war or the competition.
Just there's kind of going, I need a funny line here, and there's kind of a tendency to just sort of try to strain, I guess I would call it.
Okay.
Whereas in Jose Chung and Clyde Bruckman, even though Jose Chung, I'm sure for a lot of people, is way too wacky, and for me, I wasn't pressing at all. That stuff just
sort of happened.
It just flowed. So I tend not to like the cockroach one because I can see me trying too hard.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Even if I don't agree with it, I understand in your head you had the vision, and then you feel like the script didn't get to where you wanted it to get to, which is a very relatable thing.
It happens in TV, and you have to just learn
to let it go.
Yes, and it's hard when you're first starting out. It was really, I wanted to quit. I tried to quit. No, I tried to quit before I had finished the episode.
That episode you tried to quit?
Yeah, I went in early and packed up my office, and then I went into Chris. The script was due the next day. And I sat there. I went to Chris's office. I was sitting there for the longest time because I was kind of having a nervous breakdown. And then,
was he there?
Yeah, and then Chris finally goes, he's just looking at me, waiting for me to say something. I'm going, and he goes, don't go near any sharp objects. Because I did look suicidal, and I go, I can't finish this.
Yeah.
I can't finish this. And he goes, well, where are you? I go, I need another act. It's it was due the next day.
Yeah.
And he just goes, go home and get some sleep.
Yeah.
And then finish it. And so that's what I did, but I was ashamed too. That was I was a day late with the script, and I'd never done that. And I felt ashamed.
What if he had said, okay, you can quit? You would have just left and it would have been fine?
Well, I would have been a coward. I would have felt awful from that. Yes.
And wouldn't have seen Jose Chung.
Right.
My God.
But that's the lesson, I guess. Is like you have to learn, okay, these things happen. Sometimes things don't work out as well as you would like. They're embarrassing. It's probably worse now because of the internet. Everyone's going to tear you apart.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you just go, okay, because not every work can be your best work.
Only one can.
Right.
That's what Stephen King said. As soon as he finished The Stand, he was like, I knew I would never write a book better than that. And he's been putting out a book every year.
Because you always think you can best your best.
Well,
and
yeah.
that's the thing. And then sometimes you don't, and you go, well, okay, I tried.
Right.
On to the next idea. But I was very young back then, so.
Well, and how do you come up with ideas for these? Because they all four of them have sort of a, like I said, like a thesis statement. So
Right.
do you just look at like, all right, I think this is an important thing to me. Let's see how I can make an X-Files episode about it. Or did you look at the world of the X-Files and think of like sort of bigger philosophical ideas that show could support?
Well, I don't know where the starting point was. Like I said, a lot of times I talked about last time, there's sort of a checklist of
Right.
paranormal things.
Psychic. Yeah.
Right. So, and I think actually, like, okay, the Jose Chung.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the story of this because I think when we last stopped, like I was like talking about how I got hired and I didn't really want to be hired.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got hired, and usually most people, you go on a show, you have seen the pilot if it's not aired, or you've seen you've watched the show. So if you're going to go for a job interview, you go talk to the showrunner, executive producer, and you usually have some ideas.
Of course.
Right? I didn't have that, right? So they go, "Oh, you're hired," and it was like I had like a weekend to go. Oh, what do I do? I had no ideas, right? And now I'd seen the show because Glenn was on it, so I'd seen the episodes. So I go, "Okay, well, it's like aliens or something." So I'm gonna, what can I come up with the aliens? Right. So I came up with the what became the teaser for Jose Chung, which is two kids are out on the road, aliens come down, start abducting them, a third alien comes down, abducts them, but that's all I had.
Yeah.
Right, so that's all I had.
And that's how that was the first idea that you had.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that I went in on Monday or whatever, and I wasn't even living in L.A. I had to move to L.A. That was another weird thing.
Where were you?
San Diego.
Okay.
So I go into work, and the writing staff, this is kind of a funny story for your looking back at the show, not including Chris, because Chris was directing Dwayne Barry, so he was leaving. But this is the rest of the writing staff had kind of like just a general kind of meeting. We're just shooting the breeze, and it came up like everyone was like, okay, how long do you think the series could actually go for? Right? And everyone agreed 3 seasons, 4 seasons at the most.
Yeah.
Right? That was as many seasons as the series could go. Now this is a start. This was after we just started season 2.
Right. So you mean in terms of they would cancel it, or how many stories it could support?
Both.
Okay.
Right. It was how many stories I think was the general idea. And the reason why I remember this is because then right after that, Jim Wong goes, "Okay, Darin, what ideas you got?"
Yeah.
And so I pitched my alien abduction teaser, and Jim's quip was, "Save that for season 5." Right? Then he just said, "Don't ever bring that up again."
Really?
Yeah. He just thought it was awful.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because in this one, you sort of throw out a lot of ideas that then later kind of end up I don't know how far you saw, but some of this stuff, different kinds of aliens, the idea that it's all faked by the government, like a lot of that stuff starts coming into the actual show.
Yeah, that's purely by accident then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jim did not like your idea.
Yeah, I think he just thought it was too sci-fi or too silly, and so
the way that the episode starts, it's so beautiful because it starts off with like a crazy misdirect, right? You see what looks like a Starship Destroyer thing,
right,
and then it's just a crane, and you're like, oh, okay, because you see it and you're like, what the fuck? This isn't the X-Files. And then right after that, after you think you've seen the craziest thing and you haven't. And then 30 seconds later, you do see the craziest thing, which is a real UFO, 2 aliens, and then Lord Kinboat shows up. So it's, and I remember when I first watched this episode being like, okay, what the fuck is going on?
You hated it. You hated it when you first saw it?
No.
Okay.
When I got to the cold open,
right,
when I finished the cold open, I was like, what is happening here? It's like, It just, because I know the show pretty well, and Clyde Bruckman, which is a great episode, is still very much in the tone of The X-Files. This was the first thing I'd seen that was so outside that tone that it was jarring in a really good way. And then, so you pitched it to Jim. He didn't like it, and then how did you come back to it later?
Yeah, so I never brought it up again, but then when I came back for the third season, and now Glenn and Jim had gone off to do.
Oh, you were like, no.
Yeah, now it's like, okay, yeah, it's like the parents are gone.
Yeah.
And the thing was, it's like I didn't want to come back for a third season after I survived Humbug. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
And Chris goes, no, you come back. You only have to do 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Right. And I had the Clyde Bruckman idea. A cockroach, but it was like, okay, a psychic.
Yeah.
Robotic cockroaches.
Yeah.
And my alien abduction.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any idea beyond that.
Yeah.
And we were doing auditions for the cockroach episode. And a guy came in to audition for, I think, the guy who at the end who goes crazy and tries to shoot mold or whatever.
Sure.
And there was an actor who looked and sounded just like Truman Capote.
Yeah.
And after he left, like, wow, that guy was just like Truman Capote. And it was just like, oh, Truman Capote. Like at that moment I go, oh, that's how I do that story.
Yeah.
And like it all like came to me just like, I go, okay, it's done.
Really?
Yeah, you just go, the rest writes itself. You just go, oh, it's Truman Capote. Instead of doing, In Cold Blood where he's doing murder, he's a writer who's wants to write a book about an alien abduction. And you go, oh, he's going to be able to interview everybody involved. And that'll be good because certain writers are really good at like going, okay, A leads to B, leads to C, and I'm really bad at that. So I like being able to like skip around because it's just easier for me. So the minute I came up with that, I go, oh, there's a story.
Yeah.
And it was actually pretty, I don't want to say easy because it's never easy.
It was easy.
No,
it's never easy.
It's never easy. But it was
easy.
Once you have that, you go, oh, then it's just figuring out the details.
Okay. Well, because it is to me such a complicated episode. There's so many different levels and layers and.
Yes. I didn't realize this when I wrote it. I've now come to understand this. People really hate any kind of ambiguity or confusion.
Yeah.
They get really upset. People just want the facts.
Yeah.
This means this happens.
Right.
And I understand that to a certain point.
Yeah.
Because I too don't like to be confused. But I always felt like this episode, it was obvious that the confusion is part of the point of it.
Of course.
So it's never bothered me that people go, I'm confused. I go, well, you're supposed to be confused.
Yeah.
To a certain point. So, but that's why I've always understood why people don't like this episode as much.
I think people love it. And I honestly went back. I just recorded it. Do you know Dan Harmony? He created Community. I did an episode, Jose Chung, with him. And we talked about this. I went back and looked at the message boards, and even back then, because I was so curious to see what people's reactions were, by and large, people immediately loved the episode. There's a small faction of people, very small, who go, it's too goofy, like you were saying, too weird. But most people really got it. And, for me, this episode, like you said, it's confusing, and it was a little like... I was sort of obsessed with trying to figure out the story. Yeah. But I think the point of it, I don't know if I'm right, is that it doesn't matter because there's no real objective truth. So it's just however people experience it, it is all. There's a line where you say truth is as subjective as reality. So it doesn't matter what the real story is because there is no real story. There's only the story as people experience it. And you sort of, all that matters is like trying to narrativize your own life, and these people. Oh man, now I'm getting lost just talking about it. But the idea seems to be that big like sort of monologue at the end is like we're out there looking for crazy shit. There's crazy shit here. Let's just try and connect with people.
Right.
Is that
well? Yes and no. Oh. How's that for a definitive answer?
Great, very Jose Chung.
This is what I find interesting about when people talk about the episode. Okay, they always bring up everybody has a different perspective in life.
Right.
It's Rashomon. They always mention the Rashomon.
Right.
And like to me, that's just a given.
Right.
Because I think that's just like the starting point.
Right.
And what I tend to notice, people completely ignores the whole kind of hypnosis.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Right.
And the fact that it's about memory manipulation.
Right, when she says people were stealing their memories.
My memories and any kind of the references to Men in Black, people being in a trance or feeling enchanted, or any kind of hypnosis or blah, blah, blah. If you are unsure of your memories, what can you be sure of?
Right.
Which is like basically nothing.
Right.
And it's that one pilot at the end was like, when he's talking to Mulder in the diner, going, I don't know if we're even having this conversation.
Right. It's because he can't trust his memories.
Right.
So
and if you can't,
anything.
lies madness.
Right.
And so much of the episode, to me, has to do with there's the whole thing about being perspectives. We can't blah blah blah.
Right.
Memory manipulation, but ultimately, it just gets to a point of like these things about like, is there aliens out in the universe? Is the government doing mind control experiments? Blah, blah, blah. There's just certain things that are just so big and beyond our grasp, and I just want to be in love with someone, right?
Right.
And that in itself is almost impossible in this world. That's sort of what the kind of episode to me is, just like there's all this weird, crazy shit in the episode going on, and Mulder wants to know what's figuring out, and Jose Chung's, and ultimately it's like some things you can't get to the bottom of.
Right.
And all you're left with is just yourself and your thoughts, and even those possibly you can't even be sure of. And so we should all just
try and connect with someone.
Yeah, good luck.
Because in this life we are all. What's his last line? We are all
alone.
We are all alone. Yeah. Well, I thought that because it's an episode that to me always felt very intellectual, because there's a lot of that kind of stuff. Like, yes, go ahead.
But it has a Cyclops in it.
But it doesn't. No, it's great. Lord Kinboat is great. But it felt very intellectual. And to go back to the hypnosis thing, the idea of someone having under hypnosis recalling a different hypnosis session is really funny, and I've never seen it before. And the way you sort of play with memory, with obviously the same configuration of different humans and aliens, like there's the alien with the glowing coffee cup in the back, like, and you see how, there's a theory that every time you think of a memory, you're basically changing it, right? Yeah. And that's what sort of seems to be happening in this episode with these people, is that each time that they're being hypnotized, their memories are changing. And so there's like different people repeating the same phrase is happening a lot. Different people standing in sort of similar positions is happening a lot. And it keeps getting muddier and muddier and muddier. And I thought that was all very intellectual. And then his last monologue at the end sort of made it really emotional for me, where it takes all this big crazy stuff. And it's like you were saying, like, yeah, some of this shit just doesn't make sense. Try and fuck someone if you can.
Well, that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
No, because like I can tell you, oh, no, this is what happened.
You can?
Up to a certain point.
Okay.
I, for example, cannot tell you who the Men in Black are.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's Alex Trebek and Jesse the Body Ventura.
Right, but I can't tell you what their motivation is.
And how
are they aliens? Yes. I can't tell you Lord Kinboat. Is he an alien? Like, it's like, so I can go, oh, here's what happened and here's what's going on, and I can clarify certain things.
Yeah.
But I myself go, at a certain point, I don't even know what's going on.
Right.
But like I said, it's like at the diner, the pilot basically tells Mulder what's like going on. It's like, oh no, UFOs.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just
where are the UFOs?
Yes, it's a secret ship, and then we're just doing mind control experiments, blah blah, and that all makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, but then at the end, when Mulder goes, well, who was the third alien? And then the one guy goes, who Lord Kinboat?
Who, Lord Kinboat?
Right. At that point, that's sort of me just throwing a wrench into the thing, going, see, you're not, because Lord Kinboat, the only one who referenced him was Rocky, and he's apparently batshit crazy.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Right. So at that point, you just like, oh, yeah, see, forget it. This all made sense, but then this guy throws in, so like, oh,
yeah,
give it up.
Well, there's also, Mulder's with the pilot, but then the guy who works at the diner says Mulder was alone. So you're sort of Because the first couple times I watched it, I was sort of obsessed with trying to piece together the
Right.
mystery and the puzzle. And then the last few times I've watched it, I'm sort of getting that the point is that there's no point, that there's nothing to really piece together. And that's not why. I used to approach it as like, this puzzle to be solved. But now I just sort of watch it and experience it and sort of get what the point is, that it doesn't make sense.
Yes, but I could clarify. I could go, this is my thing. But even within that, I could say, you could either, if you care to, believe that Mulder did have that conversation with the guy in the diner, or he asked the guy and ate all the pie. You have a choice, because who am I? Either way works, kind of in a weird sort of way.
Sure.
I know what I believe, what happened, and I could explain. Well, this is supposed to be that. But
well, tell us. Are you okay?
I don't want to ruin it for you.
Okay, you don't have to, because I think we talked about this before, but I hated when Ridley Scott was like, oh yeah, he was a replicant.
Yes.
I didn't like that.
Yes. So I don't want to ruin it for you. There's a line in the original Manchurian Candidate. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I haven't seen it, but I know what it is.
Yeah.
You reference it in this.
Yes, because I'm just ripping off all the hypnosis scenes are just a rip off of the Manchurian Candidate.
Okay.
So that's why I have to when you rip something off, you have to acknowledge it. So I know I'm ripping it off.
Yeah. Just take it, but just throw in the word Manchurian somewhere.
So in the Manchurian Candidate, there's a scene where Frank Sinatra's on a train. And Frank Sinatra just had a nervous breakdown, and he's on a train and he meets this woman. I forget the actress, and they're having a conversation. And the actress says some line. They're looking out at the railroad, and she says some line like, "Oh, I helped build this railroad." And then she says something that implies she was once like a Chinese laborer man or something. It's like, makes no sense at all. Frank Sinatra has no reaction to it. And the scene continues, and then the movie continues. And the movie has about hypnosis and mind control and stuff like that.
Oh, so somehow she got those memories during one of those sessions.
Or, there's no way of knowing.
Right.
If you read a Manchurian Candidate about it, people go, they don't understand what it. And when they came out with a DVD, and you listen to the commentary track, they have the director was John Frankenheimer, and I think the writer and stuff. And I'm going, oh, here comes this scene. They're going to explain. They're going to explain what this line is.
Yeah.
And then when they talk about that scene, they're talking about the costumes or something. Right?
You're like, come on.
Right. And so I was really upset. But then the more I thought about it, you know what? I don't know. Okay, maybe I don't want to know exactly what that line means.
Right.
And so some of this is along that kind of lines. I don't want to ruin, if I go, oh, this is what this means, or this didn't really happen.
Yeah.
It would ruin it. So I don't want to Ridley Scott it for you.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, I mean, I don't think you can, because as you said, there's some stuff that even you don't know. And because of that monkey wrench, he knows Lord Kinboat and all that stuff. There's no real, yes.
Here's where people get confused.
Yes.
and I know this is why I didn't mean to confuse them like this. But I now know this is why people get confused. Okay, so you watch the whole thing, and the line, you're feeling very sleepy, very relaxed, is the cue for a hypnosis session.
Right.
And it occurs 3 times until the end when the men in black say it to Mulder. Alex Trebek, that's Alex Trebek's only line. Right. He says, you're feeling very sleepy, very relaxed. That's then thus a cue. Yes, I just said thus. Is a cue that, okay, a hypnosis session has just started.
Right.
And if you notice, I don't show the rest of that scene.
Right.
Because we go back to Scully going, oh, Alex Trebek, what? And then we never go back to. Okay, so the implication is the men in black have hypnotized Mulder and or Scully.
Right.
Okay, anytime anyone has been hypnotized in the episode, you can no longer, therefore, trust their memory that's been manipulated in some way.
Right.
It would have been easier for people to follow if in the Men in Black movie, if they just had a wand and they turned it on and then people just forgot their memories.
Right.
It's easier to follow if memories have been erased.
A neuralizer.
Yes, whatever it's called. That's what it's. Okay, I made the mistake of going, okay, the people are going to remember their memories, but they're going to be tweaked in some way.
Right, which is what hypnosis does.
Right. So therefore, it's like Alex Trebek is not actually a man in black. He's not actually hypnotizing people, but the implication would be, you're going to remember this encounter. You're going to remember, if I'm hypnotizing you, you're going to remember this interview with me, but when you remember it, you're going to remember me as being Alex Trebek, the host of Jeopardy. And so in your mind going, I had this thing, podcast, and I did Alex
Trebek. It's
Trebek.
going to be really crazy.
Right. So there are details that you go, some of this is true. Yes, and that's where people I now see get confused. You go, well, these memories aren't completely fantasy. They're not completely
right.
They're an actual experience, but details have been tweaked.
Right.
And it would have been easier if, like, the Men in Black were just kind of erasing any of the.
But they're tweaking them.
But they're tweaking, and they're doing it in a ridiculous fashion, which was. Supposedly, the legend of the Men in Black was part of the Men in Black legend.
Yeah.
Was they acted bizarrely,
so that nobody would believe them.
Right. So if you told someone about encountering him, like the detail I always remember is people would say sometimes that instead of smoking a cigarette, they would eat one. Right. And so the whole idea of, like, the Alex Trebek thing is, if if I said to you, okay, the other day I saw a UFO in the sky, you would go, oh, that's kind of weird.
Yep.
But you might believe me. You would have no reason to disbelieve me. Going, I'm not saying it was an alien saucer. I just saw, like, a UFO.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is, the next night, 2 guys show up at my door, all dressed in black.
Yeah.
And they tell me, don't tell anyone what you saw the other night, even though I hadn't told anyone.
Right.
You would still go, wow. That's really weird.
Yeah.
Then I go, and one of those guys was Alex Trebek, the host of Jeopardy.
Right. Oh, this guy's crazy.
Exactly.
Right.
And not only would you go, he's crazy, but then you would discount the fact that I saw a UFO.
Yeah.
You go,
right.
that's...
Get out of my house.
Right. So if anyone talking about encountering them in black, like Mulder,
right.
mentions, oh, it's Alex Trebek, at that point you go, oh, okay. None of that must have happened because he's obviously crazy.
Right. Right. Yeah. No. I thought that's such a funny joke. The idea that it's Alex Trebek and Jesse the Body, so that nobody believes him. I think that's so funny. I also like the thing where you show how the other people see Mulder and Scully, where it's like her hair was red, but like a little too red, and he's like a robot. I thought that was really funny because you to them, they're the Men in Black, right? And
also too. So, like, that Roswell kid and Rocky, they do encounter the Men. It's like anyone in the episode who encounters the Men in Black.
You can't trust them anymore.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So
and Rocky is an even more difficult case because he's also batshit crazy.
He's been crazy from the beginning.
Yes, on top of it, that's another layer of confusion.
I thought it was so moving. I was just watching the episode again that the guy, the Roswell kid, is like, I didn't play all those years of D&D and not learn a little something about courage.
When we cast that guy, Alan Zinnick, I believe it was his name, Rob Bowman, the director. We got to talk about Rob.
Please.
But that he cast that guy. He was a Canadian actor, and he cast him without me seeing him, which is very rare and kind of uncool.
Yeah.
Like, you never do that.
Right.
But Rob called me and goes, no, we had an audition. We cast this guy because when he came in and said he wanted to be abducted by aliens, you really believed him.
Yeah.
And I went, okay.
Yeah.
I was like kind of mad.
Right.
And then I was on the set when we shot his stuff.
Yeah.
And you're going, oh,
yeah, this
guy is so great. And
you believe it.
Yes. And that's, that guy's performance is why, and this, let's go back into Rob, is why I really love the episode and everybody has like a different line of like too over the top or too cartoony.
Yeah.
So, to me, that guy's performance is the perfect thing where he does all this stuff. It's all funny. But yet you still believe it.
Yeah.
And the same with Charles Nelson Riley's performance. Rob was really good at keeping him, in control.
Yeah.
Because I later directed Charles as the same character on a Millennium episode. We brought Jose Chung.
Doomsday Machine?
Doomsday Defense.
I've never seen it. I've never seen Millennium.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
Should I watch that episode? Would it make sense to me?
Yeah, it's a standalone. So,
Okay.
but working with Charles, it was really easy because he was so funny.
To just sort of have him
Let him go
swing
because
for the fences.
yes,
yeah.
because it's really funny, and then you would have to really. And Charles was really good with it too, because you'd just come up to him, he'd do a take, and you'd come up to him, and you'd go, and he'd go, I gave you 9, you want a 6. He had perfect control.
Yeah, Charles isn't Riley 6, as most people's 11.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But so like Rob Bowman was the director, and probably like a lot of people who listen to this don't understand, like television directors, they don't get to pick their episodes. A television director is hired in advance.
He just assigned episodes.
Yes,
yeah.
you're going to be episode 10, which shoots in March, and the director blocks those weeks out. But they know the show, but they don't know the episode. Do you use different directors in Silicon Valley, or do you have like the same guys?
This year, it's all Mike Judge is directing half of them, and Alec Berg, who's the showrunner,
Right.
with Mike, he's directing half of them. So we don't have outside directors.
Which is a big help.
It helps ultimately, it's so good because those guys get the show and they're awesome, and we all know them, and it's really good. The one thing that is tougher is that it's tougher for those guys because they're prepping, editing, or shooting or writing all the time. So because of that, I think it's tougher for them. It's better for us as actors. I love that I don't have to get to know a new director and be like, I don't think this really works. And they're really good. I don't know if I told you this last time, but Alec has this theory, the Price is Right theory. Did I tell you that last time? He has this thing where he says, the price is right. You guess a price and you can get up to the line, but as soon as you're over, you're fucked.
Yeah.
He says that's how comedy acting is. Like you can push it, but there's a line. And if you go above that line, if there's a joke that just goes over that line or a performance that goes over that line, then everything is just sort of dead, and then there's no rules anymore, and people don't buy it, right? And so that's interesting that you were saying that with Charles Nelson Riley, because he gets really close to the line, but never goes above it.
I agree with that, and the difficulty is everybody's line is different. So you're doing an episode, and somebody is an actor, 2 different actors, they have a different line, and there has to be someone that's always the killjoy.
Exactly.
But that's where Rob comes, because Rob did Syzygy earlier in the season.
Right.
And I don't think he had a very pleasant experience doing it. He was very uncomfortable.
Because it was a big comedy.
It was a comedy, and that's not what he does. He likes the action things.
Okay.
And so Jose Chung was supposed to be an episode earlier. I was supposed to go in Hell Money's slot. And Chris called me when I was writing going, I'm pushing you back. And he goes, because I don't want a new director to have to direct Jose Chung.
That's very smart.
Right. And I was all for it because it gave me an extra week to write.
Yeah.
I probably screwed over. It was my decision, but I think Jeff Vlaming was the writer on Hell Money. So he probably had less time to write.
Okay.
But so I got flipped to Rob. And Rob's a great director, but I knew Rob hated comedy. So like I was going, well, it's good for me. I get more time to write, but I know Rob's not gonna like this, and he didn't. Right? He really, really didn't like the script.
What was his reaction? Did he get it? Did he understand what you were doing?
No. Well, no, he didn't. He didn't understand the story. First of all, he didn't understand the story. He had real problems just trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and then on top of that, the jokes. Right. So, but it's my opinion that because he hated it, actually made it better. Because I don't like, you're talking about that line.
Yeah.
I don't like comedy that's like too
broad.
Right. Yeah. And so because it didn't need to be, because it had enough crazy shit going on.
Sure.
In it. So by keeping everything kind of, I guess I'd say grounded.
Really grounded.
That the tone for me was perfect. Whereas in like later X-File episodes, I think like for me, they went above the line because it was sort of like, okay, we're doing a comedy episode.
Yeah.
And I think that the later episodes that do that are kind of similar to me to the Cockroach episode. The cockroach episode is me kind of go, okay, we're doing a comedy, let's Whereas the Jose Chung thing is much more.
Yeah, and same with Clyde Bruckman's a very, very funny episode.
But the subject matter keeps
it's so dark, right?
Right, keeps it.
I think the trick with doing something like X-Files, doing a comedy episode, is that you have to have the characters be consistent with all the other episodes, and the reactions still have to make sense. So in the context, it can be funny, but I don't think it can be funny to the characters, right? So it works in this one. It works in Clyde Bruckman because you have Peter Boyle, who's very funny in a very dark way, and so you have characters bouncing off a new character. In this one, it makes sense because they sort of David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson have to act how other people see them, so they can exaggerate a little bit. So Mulder can be a little more robotic, and Scully can be a little more badass when she says "you're a dead man" and all that stuff. That's not how she would never say that.
Right.
But this episode allows them to sort of act slightly differently. I like that. In Syzygy, which is one you just brought up, the idea is that there's planets in alignment, so they're not acting like themselves. To me, like, I love horror and I love sci-fi, but I love rules. Like, there have to be rules.
Right.
And in that episode, which I liked that episode, but that alignment makes it so that all the rules are out the window, right? They can kind of do anything. Mulder can sort of make a crazy decision.
It's jazz.
It just felt, to me, that episode felt like, well, even with jazz, it's always got to be, I don't know anything about jazz, so I'm not going to finish that sentence. My theory on scatting is, I don't know. Satchmo, was he jazz? Charlie Parker, right? I know some names. But in that episode, because there's an alignment, then you can sort of explain away everything, right?
Right.
And to me, I don't like that. I like the episode, okay. In this one, it's funny because you're sort of seeing people's muddled memories and getting mixed up. So you see the alien smoking, right? Which I thought was a great mashup of two sort of iconic, like, X-Files images, right? The smoking man and the alien, and it gets smushed. Was that what the idea was? That at some point he's encountered the cigarette smoking man? Or is it just a guy smoking a cigarette?
It's the pilot.
The pilot
who's smoking a cigarette.
Oh,
yeah, that's the pilot.
Right.
So he's smoking at the end. So
right, of course. Of course.
Although in the original script, the only thing that was cut out of my script was at that part where the cigarette, you see the alien smoking the cigarette. I had Mulder going, "What brand is he smoking?" Because he wants to know if it's the same brand. Right. And Chris was like, "Why does Mulder ask what brand?" I go, "Well, a cigarette smoking man." He's like, "I'll cut that." Yeah. So that was actually the only thing that was like I cut from my script, that little bit.
Okay. That's.
But the thing is that the reason why this episode didn't have to get like too wacky or had rule is because the phenomenon, the alien abduction thing, already has enough craziness.
Right.
And that's like another thing that always drives me nuts when people talk about the episode, because they're always on about how this is just a parody of the series, right? And the thing that I always kind of get not mad at, but like, I did so much research, and people forget in the 90s, before the X-Files, there was kind of another resurgence of these things go in cycles of the whole alien abduction. That's really kind of when it started. And like, kids wouldn't understand this, I don't think. But it was taken really kind of as seriously as it can be taken. And you had like books by Harvard psychology professors were bestsellers. And it was kind of taken kind of seriously. And if you don't know, like, okay, what were people saying happened to them specifically? If you wanted to show them one X-File episode, I would suggest actually Jose Chung, because the first act is actually the specifics of what people were saying were happening during that phenomenon. Whereas the show very quickly got away from that. If you just rewatch the series, they don't really do that many alien abductions.
No.
You have like the pilot, and there's just sort of no one gets abducted. And then like Dwayne Barry talks, so you see him on a spaceship getting drilled in the mouth. And I think Howard did one in the first season, but that was kind of like the after effect of someone who thought he had been abducted.
Right.
But the show, once the show got into Black Oil and the cigarette smoking man and Alien Bounty Hunter, it created its own mythology. That's why we called it the mythology episodes, because it created its own mythology about what aliens were. But that had nothing to do with what people were actually saying
about abductions,
what
right?
was happening to them. So that whole first act, like I was really, this is what people are saying, and you got Mulder asking all the questions to the girl before putting her under. It was like this was what people were actually saying was happening to them,
Right.
and that included all the Men in Black stuff, which a lot of people didn't know about, because most people know about aliens or alien abductions, but they don't know about.
Now they know it because of the movie.
Because of the movie, but before the movie, it was like, oh, these Men in Black, and the whole Men in Black thing is, I think, too weird for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like it just becomes too weird. But people, that was part of. And what I kind of found fascinating was, and this was like, this was another conversation that Glenn doesn't remember. So maybe it didn't happen.
See,
Yes, it could have been hypnosis.
Muddy memory. Yeah.
At the end of the first season, he was talking to an uncle of ours, and he was talking. It must have been for the episode EBE, because I think there's a dead alien in it.
Right.
There's a dead alien.
That's one of the first.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was saying, oh, they wanted to try to come up with a different alien look, but nothing red is alien.
Right.
Once you just have a gray alien, people go, it's an alien, and you can move on.
Well, you brought in Lord Kinboat, and that's a new look.
But that's one of the reasons, is because I was fascinated by that when I heard Glenn say that, because when I was a kid, we did not think of aliens as looking like gray aliens.
Is that right?
Yes.
I've always thought of that.
I know that. Now, when Close Encounters first came out, I saw when it first was released, one of the big things about that movie is you didn't see the aliens to the end. But if you watch that film now, if you were a kid and the aliens came out at the end, you would just go, well, yeah, it's an alien.
Yeah.
Like, what would you expect? But it was a big thing when Close Encounters, oh my God, that's what the aliens look, because aliens didn't look like that. We hadn't agreed.
Is that when we agreed?
Yes. Apparently.
Apparently. Okay.
Because like when I was a kid, I saw it was on the Mike Douglas show, which was a daytime talk show, which is a weird memory. But it's also where I first saw Uri Geller, who was the inspiration for the Spanish Yappy.
Yes.
Yappy passed away.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yes, we were all
Yeah.
We were all depressed about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess a few weeks ago we wasn't clear as to what happened, but
he went to visit his mom who was sick back home, and he passed away.
Yes,
He had a stroke.
Yes, and we were trying to figure out how he wasn't that old, so
No, he was a stand-in for the last 7 years for Supernatural.
yeah, he was a stand-in. Glenn did the film Willard up there, and he was Crispin Glover's stand-in.
Glenn did Willard?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Glenn did Willard.
I was just talking about Willard just a couple of days ago.
Yeah. So that's when I last saw him. I saw Yap on the set there, but that was quite a while ago. The Mike Douglas show,
Yes.
which is a daytime talk show, but he had these guys on who claimed they had been abducted by aliens, and they had the artist's drawing.
Yeah.
And their drawing, it was more mechanical. And the thing I always remember was they had like Dr. Octopus arms with pinchers.
Okay.
So I, as a kid, always thought
that's what
aliens
were.
look like, because it was on TV. When I was a kid, it wouldn't be on TV if it wasn't true.
Right.
So and there had been an earlier abduction in the 60s. I think the Hills, they were called, the Hill family, Betty and Barney Hill or something. I don't know all the specifics. I used to know all these details.
Betty and Barney Hill is a great sitcom names.
Right, but they were like, I think
Betty and Barney, you're thinking of Flintstones.
Maybe that's
Betty
right,
Rubble and Barney Rubble.
Yes, that might be true.
Muddy memory, man.
But I think they were called the Hills.
Okay.
And I think they were the first alien abduction.
Oh, really?
Yes. And they made a TV movie with James Earl Jones as the husband, and I forget the actress. And those aliens were kind of gray alien looking.
Like the ones we've agreed on.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then it came out, they only remember that during hypnosis. And then someone, the skeptics figured out there had been an airing 2 weeks before of an Outer Limits episode, and an alien was sort of similar. but so my point is that aliens have come to look, they're now gray aliens is now the accepted
Right.
look. And the reason for that is either because that's what aliens actually look like, or there's some culturally we've come to go, okay, this is what we're going with.
Right.
Because like even the whole, like I'm interested in like, why are they gray? Because when I was a kid, if you talk about aliens, they would be green.
Right.
But green probably seemed too cartoonish.
Yeah.
So at some point it became gray.
Right. It's also green, like is the color of plants and stuff. There's something welcoming about the color green.
Gray has that spaceship sheen.
Yeah,
type
and
of
it
thing
makes
to it.
sense. Like if you think about, like, okay, they're smarter than us, so their heads are bigger. They didn't use their bodies less, so their bodies are small.
They
Their
got
eyes.
small mouths because they talk telepathically.
Yeah, it all makes sense. I mean, have you seen that Glass Menagerie episode of Star Trek, the original Star Trek series?
I'm sure I have, but I don't know the titles.
It's great. It's a two-parter. It's the one where Christopher Pike, who was the original captain, has to go back, and he's now paralyzed. And
I was just with the fanny heads.
it's where what?
I always refer to those guys as the fanny heads.
Yes,
or the
fanny heads.
Yes.
This has the fanny heads. This has the fanny heads. Exactly right. The thing you were talking about, not going above the line, and that actor Alan, I forget his name, but that part where he's talking about where he's like, "Why do you want to be abducted?" He's like, kind of like, I don't have to find a job. Like, I think that's so, and like you said, it's so perfect because it is so grounded, and so it's heartbreaking. It's also hilarious. But it's really sad. Like, you buy that guy. What do you think is, it seems like we sort of, obviously, one thing you mentioned that people always talk about when they talk about the episode is like self-mythologizing and trying to tell your story and what you are and, things like that. What do you think it is with all these abductions, that real people, when they say they've been abducted, what do you think that is?
I have no idea. I really don't have any idea. And I think that's always Scully's. I'm sure she said this line a billion times, but that I don't believe that they're blank, but I believe that they believe it.
Yeah.
And so my whole thing was like, I don't know what I don't. When it comes to like aliens and alien abductions and stuff, I'm an agnostic.
Right.
I don't know if they're out there. I don't know if they're abducting. I don't know what's happening to these people. But until it happens to me, I'm not believing anything.
Right.
But if it all came true, if it all's true, I wouldn't be shocked either.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like what that guy's saying is basically that he feels unimportant, and if he gets abducted, then that makes you important, right? That makes you something. You're somebody. You're an abductee. It gives you an identity. And I think that's a big problem with sort of American culture is everyone has the burden of coming up with their own identity. We don't really have as much religion anymore or anything like that. And you're not as defined by, there's like 100 jobs people can have, right? It's not just like lawyer, doctor. So it's harder to sort of, it's a lot of pressure to have to define yourself. That's like, the American dream, like be what you want to be. Well, I don't know what the fuck I want to be, let alone how to become what I want to be. And I think a lot of that alien abduction shit seems to sort of come, which you hit on, I think it comes from that of like, I don't know what the fuck I am. It'd be so much better if just someone like gave me an identity of like, you're a fucking abductee.
Well, it's also a nice excuse to go, this is why my life is so screwed up. I was abducted, so leave me alone.
Right. Exactly.
I also find it interesting that everybody now has basically either a camera or video camera on them at all times, and yet the sightings of alien abductions there's not increased one bit.
Right. Yeah.
So, which is
yeah. That should be
interesting.
That's interesting. One moment I wanted to ask you about. There's a bunch where Jose Chung is talking to Scully, and he's like, "What do you call them? Experiences or abductions?" I like an experience. What is that conversation? Like, why does Jose Chung prefer?
Well, because that was people had different.
Was it true?
Yes, back
I
then
didn't know that. Now it's all abductee.
Yes.
Right.
But back then there was some people that didn't, like I said, I had to do all that research, and so I've forgotten it all, but like that all comes from that.
Right. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. And then how did you guys cast Charles Nelson Riley? Was he?
I I wanted Rip Taylor. Do you remember who Rip Taylor was?
I know who he is. I'm barely aware of his
It
work,
was just
but he's
his whole work just had to do with confetti.
Yes.
That was his whole shtick.
A lot of
He just threw
confetti work.
confetti.
Is he still-
Hello. I don't think he's still alive.
Okay.
Hello. That was his whole bit. He just threw confetti around. So I wanted Rip Taylor just because I thought he was funny and kind of a, kind of a bad sort of way. And I cast him against Rob. Didn't want to cast him. I go, no, we're casting him. And then he couldn't do it. And Charles had come in an audition, and he gave a great audition. Like, I was like, wow. I was like shocked because I grew up watching Lidsville. I don't know if you've ever seen Lidsville.
I don't know what Lidsville
Oh
is.
my God. Lidsville was a Saturday morning Sid and Marty Krofft show.
Oh, okay. I know
Puff and Stuff. So it was Puff and Stuff, but the premise was there was a kid played by Butch Patrick, who was Eddie Munster.
Okay.
He goes to a carnival, goes into a fun house, and he falls into a giant top hat. Right, falls through into another world where everyone is a hat.
Okay.
Everyone was a hat.
That's cool.
So you have like a cowboy hat who talks like John Wayne, and a football helmet, right?
Yeah.
And the ruler of the kingdom was Charles Nelson Riley, who lived in a top hat. I think his name was Hoodoo. Hoodoo. He was green hair, and he always wore like a tuxedo with tails, and he had like this flying hat and he kind of ruled over this. He was the evil warlord.
Okay.
That was the whole premise of the show.
Yeah.
And
Sounds awesome.
Well, I just heard an interview with Butch Patrick, and they're talking about, I don't know if it was Sid or Marty of the Crofts, but like one of them was obviously on acid, and
Right.
it was all the thing. And but so like I grew up, like as a kid, I watched that, not knowing someday I would be working with Charles,
them, yeah.
right? And that to me, maybe I mentioned that last time. That to me is like the only thing about working in like show business or whatever. The only kind of interesting or glamorous thing is like me working with someone that you go, I watched this guy as a kid,
Yeah.
and now he's saying my lines. It's
Yeah,
like
that's
the only kind of
unbelievable.
it's like and I just never thought that I would enjoy working with Charles, right? But he was just like great.
Yeah.
He was just great. And he had just directed, because he was a director too, and he was a teacher. He had just done a play with Rip Taylor, and he knew that I wanted to cast Rip Taylor. He goes, you wanted to cast Rip Taylor, didn't you? And I go, yeah. And he goes, you're lucky you got me.
He's right.
Yeah, because he goes, he liked to go off script a lot and stuff like that. But Charles was really excited about doing it, and it was just like really great.
Yeah.
Everything about him. To show you though what like a kind of an idiot I am is when I was writing the script, I knew it was going to be my last episode. So I go, okay, this may be the last thing I ever have get produced. And I was kind of right in some ways.
Well,
right?
you did Millennium.
Yes, but
and
that's it.
stuff.
So I go, okay, this might be a last chance to work with any actor I've ever want to. Who do I want to work with? It's just
Yeah.
like, out of everyone, my choice was Jesse the Body Ventura.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Why?
so-
Were you like a wrestling
Yes,
fan?
I was a wrestling fan as a kid, and Jesse the Body was my favorite wrestler, right? Because I don't know if were you into wrestling at all?
I mean, I was, but after Jesse the Body, but I've been aware of him because, he's in movies and
Right.
stuff. So,
but he had, when I was a wrestler, I just liked him. He was a terrible wrestler, but I just thought like his interviews and commentary, I just thought they were hilarious.
he's very charismatic.
Yeah, and just the kind of the persona he has of like the braggart,
Yeah.
I just thought was hilarious. And he had been in some like Schwarzenegger movies and
Predator.
but like I always thought they misused him because they just used him as like the big tough guy.
Yeah.
Whereas to me, he was really funny.
Yeah.
So I wrote the part for him.
Yeah.
Now this was before anyone really outside of wrestling didn't really know him. He had been in like Predator.
This is before he became the governor of
Yes.
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Right.
Yeah.
So I wrote the part for him and cast him. I was all excited. And then I met him, and then I realized that his persona wasn't really an act.
It's just him.
Yes.
There's no Jesse
Yes,
Ventura. There's
it's
only
just
the
him.
body.
Right. And so I had to kind of readjust, but like it was like he had been the mayor of some small, before governor, he had been the mayor. And I remember going, how many terms did you serve? And he goes, only one, because I'm a Jeffersonian. right? And I remember just like laughing.
What?
But then, yes, I just laughing, and then like he wasn't trying to be
he's
funny,
not
right? So
taking it
like,
serious.
yes, and so that's kind of what he was like. And then, okay, and then,
But that can work really well for an actor because you don't want that character to think he's funny.
he was perfect for the part.
Yeah.
He did everything I could have ever hoped for in the part. But we were on the set. We were on the set shooting the scene when he body slams the Roswell kid.
Very funny.
And Duchovny was there because he later comes in and slaps the kid or whatever.
Yeah.
So me and Duchovny are sitting there. Now, this was another thing that people probably forget. Around this time, wrestling had not yet admitted that it was fake.
Ah.
And there had been a couple instances where journalists had asked wrestlers, is it fake? And there was one wrestler who slapped a reporter and he was suing him. And they had the video footage. It was still a thing. It was like, you can't ask a wrestler if it's fake or not.
It's crazy that they've kind of admitted
Yes.
it. Yeah.
But this was back when it was still.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting with Duchovny and we're on those little chairs, whatever. So you always look like a little kid on those.
Yeah. Your legs don't touch the ground.
Right. And so Jesse the Body, he's like standing up. And Duchovny, I don't know how he started the conversation, but it wasn't, he started the conversation with the assumption that wrestling is fake.
Right.
Because like we're all adults here.
Yeah, let's just
right.
be
So the
people.
question was something
Yeah.
like, how was it decided? Like who got to win that night?
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so Jesse the Body, I don't remember what his response was. Just like basically, well, what are you talking about? so like Dave's like, no, I mean like how was it decided? And he's like, how did you rehearse? And Jesse's like going, well, we travel like 300 days a year. Well, who has time to rehearse? What are you talking about? And so like, but David wouldn't let it go, right? And so like, I'm sitting next to him, just going, David, ixnay. And it just kept kind of building and building. And so finally, I don't remember how it ended, but Jesse's Body Ventura just goes, hey, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it wasn't angry, but it was just like, your questions are ridiculous. Yeah. And then he sort of strutted off the set. And David looks at me and he goes, does he really expect us to pretend that it's real? I go, I don't know, man, but don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. Because I just had this image of him being body slammed, and like breaking his nose or something, and I'd get in trouble.
That's awesome. Wow. What a weird character. It's also becoming now wrestling. They all mostly have their own real names now. I'm not into it anymore. Weirdly, people my age, I'm friends with a lot of comedians and stuff who sort of grew up with wrestling. Now it's kind of back. Like it's become okay to like it again. Like I liked it up until this is well after you, but like Owen Hart was a wrestler.
Yeah.
And he died in the ring. Yeah. And that's when I was like, fuck this, I was done. And I jumped off. But now people are back and doing it. Like, people are into it. Like, the Royal Rumble just happened and people are interested in it again. And I don't... It's like, it's like a soap opera.
Yeah, I left it for a long time. And then Glenn was going to do a project with The Rock before The Rock had done anything.
Yeah.
And so he started watching it again, and I watched it for a little bit, and I haven't kept up with it.
And now The Rock is the biggest star in the universe.
Right.
It seems like you guys had a lot of autonomy to like sort of write what you want. First of all, when you did Jose Chung, how did you pitch it to Chris or whoever you have to pitch it to? Like, how do you explain that episode?
Well, I had mentioned the alien abduction, so he knew I was working on it.
And did he know that the whole thing of this story was going to be sort of muddy memories and unreliable narrators and stuff like that?
Yeah. I mean, it just the things, and maybe I didn't mention this last time because I always like to mention it, is that the X-Files didn't have a writer's room.
Oh, you guys didn't sit in a room?
No, not when I was there. And I hate writers' rooms. And what it was like everyone kind of knew what everyone was kind of working on. So-and-so had a ghost story, or so-and-so was doing astral projection. He was doing alien thing.
Were you guys all in the same building?
No.
Just write from home and stuff?
We had, 20th Century Fox lot has those weird cottages and stuff.
Right.
So we were all kind of spread out in kind of a general area. But when we were writing, I just stayed at home.
Yeah.
And what would happen is like you'd come in and like you'd go, like a writer would go, hey, could you come over to my office like for a couple hours and just hear my story and help me? But
Yeah.
So it was all very informal.
Yeah.
It was rarely more than one or two people. Occasionally, Chris would say, okay, we're going to work on so-and-so's story.
Yeah.
So bring the thing and everyone come in.
Yeah.
But like for me, I just didn't like working with other writers. I didn't like talking about my ideas.
Yeah.
Because they sound really stupid. And if you doubt me, I've come to realize this because I've worked on a lot of shows that have kind of supernatural elements to them. Imagine, take whatever your favorite X-File episode is, and then imagine saying it out loud for the first time.
Oh, right.
To a room of people who are cynical to begin with, and you haven't worked the idea out yourself.
Yeah.
It just sounds stupid. And so I was always really reluctant. And like I said, I told Jim my teaser ideas, like, oh, don't ever do that. So I was always hesitant. So I broke the story myself. And then once I had it all figured out, I pitched it to Chris. And he was like, great.
He liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked looking back now that he had no problems. And this is another reason why this show wouldn't get made nowadays. It has nothing to do with the mythology. And yet there's no way they would let that happen nowadays. It's like too close aliens. You wouldn't be able to do that nowadays. They'd go, it's too similar.
It has nothing to do with the mythology, but on paper, it would seem like it does.
Right.
Like aliens.
And my feeling was like, well, there's not just one alien.
Yeah.
Right. If there's aliens out there,
Yeah.
there's going to be more than one. And the government, it's like the CIA doesn't know what the FBI is doing, don't know what Homeland Security is doing. The military is doing something else. So it's like you can have, in my opinion, you could have different government conspiracy things, and it's not going to
Aliens
interfere.
have their aliens too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so I always would, like I said, when I first watched the episode a couple of times, it was infuriating, not in a bad way, but I was like, what is the real truth? But then you sort of realize, like, and it really was it's a pretty emotional ending, and it's a pretty big idea. I mean, it's to end a popular show on TV with the line, we're all alone, is pretty devastating.
I remember writing the ending speech. And what was weird was my plan all along was, I got to end on Mulder and Scully because they're the stars of the show.
Yeah.
But then writing, you went, I can't end on them.
Right.
Because they're not the emotional kind of part of the...
No, and it's like, so sort of it becomes about like, you're trying to create your own meaning. So that guy wants to be abducted, and this guy is talking about religion with Lava Man, and Mulder is jacking off to Bigfoot. We got to talk about that. And that guy just wants to love this woman, So I think the idea is like nothing means anything. So kind of everything means something. So create your own meaning, and that's what's important.
But then even the thing is like the things that are important to you, it's so hard to find other people
who will
give a shit about you and your world and all that stuff. It's just the difficulty of...
I mean, that's what, when Dan and I we talked a lot about like how everyone has their own subjective world, and then someone else, you have to like, so a relationship is having two subjective worlds that can sort of coexist together, or at least be able to support an intersection. And I think that's what's hard about finding a real connection with someone, right? Is that your reality, their reality?
I'm shocked that we can even just have daily conversations. I don't know how we do it. I feel like we're all from our own planets.
Right.
Just the way we were raised. Everybody has a family, but everybody's family is so different.
Right.
I don't know how we interact at all.
I don't know how we do anything. Yeah. And, this time I was just watching it, and he says, Charles Nelson Riley in the beginning says something like, I'm not looking for aliens because I feel like an alien. And I think that's sort of what this episode is, right? We're all fucking aliens
on our own planets.
We're all aliens on our own planets. And, sometimes we can get a connection, but most times we're just masturbating to Bigfoot.
Do you think people that don't like Mulder and his porn thing, do you think it disturbs them more that he watches porn, or that he watches Bigfoot footage in the same way that he watches porn?
That was clearly the implication, right? He's like, that he's masturbating. It's so funny. The porn thing was interesting because I've been tracking it's sort of people sort of noticing it on the message board. So in the beginning, it's a little bit, and I noticed two things. One, it took people quite a while to be like, oh, he's got a porn thing. Because some people will be like, hey, did you notice he has a porn thing here?
Yeah.
And people are arguing, no, that's just coincidence. They don't have a thing. The other thing, I feel like porn now is way less demonized than it used to be because of the internet.
Yeah.
Back then, people thought porn was, only perverts watched it for the most part. So there's a lot of like people like that were like, Mulder wouldn't watch that. He's not a pervert. And now I think because we have porn so readily available, like it's sort of become normal to admit to watching it. So it was interesting. So that's how it is. It's happening over there. And it's also, I'm seeing both characters getting more and more sexualized in the conversations too. Like Mulder and Scully are becoming like sort of sex symbols, and people are photoshopping like heads onto naked bodies and stuff a lot more.
Well, there was a porn X-File. You know how they,
There's so many sex files, XXX files.
I believe it was the breast.
The breast files?
I don't remember the title.
That's way better than anything I could have come up with.
I don't remember the title anymore, to be honest with you.
I'm sure. Especially with like sci-fi stuff. There's a lot. Like there's the Doctor Who stuff and things like that, Why did you, and again, I'm jumping around a lot. I have so many goddamn notes. Stories we tell ourselves and other people.
What's the highlighted one? You got a highlighted question.
I think this is you.
Oh.
I think you said everyone looks at Mulder as having all the answers. Most of the other episodes present him as usually right. This is you, right? I've always found that the things he talks about, if a normal person talked about them, you'd go, this guy's crazy. He's supposed to be a smart guy, but I've never looked at him as such. He's just more lucky in some of his explanations. And Scully, although skeptical, has the right approach when she says, I don't believe it. Before I wrote for the show, Mulder always seemed like the more interesting character, but once I started writing for it, I found that I liked Scully more.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd say.
That sounds like something you'd say, because
I don't know
feel
if
like in all your episodes, you do seem to... Because the last time I asked you, do you hate Mulder? And I got a lot of reaction to that, to me asking you that. But like someone today tweeted at me about that. But I feel like Scully here, there's one part where at the end when he's summing up in his monologue, he calls Scully like, what does he call Scully? He calls her here.
Federal employee.
Well, she's a federal employee, but he calls her something like really nice at some point where he says,
it's like
noble spirit and pure of heart.
Right. Which she is.
Yeah, Diana Lesky, yeah. So she's noble of spirit and pure of heart, and Mulder is jacking off to a video of Bigfoot. But that's what Mulder is doing, right? I mean, he's sort of looking for meaning in his own way, which is this crazy quest. And it's probably the stupidest way to find meaning, because you'll never get to the truth.
Well, it's also, if you found out that aliens do exist, how would it change your life tomorrow?
My life?
Yeah. You'd go, oh my God, that's incredible. Okay, I gotta get up tomorrow and go to work and pay my bills.
At 6 a.m.
It like doesn't change anything.
That's the thing is like if Mulder gets it, like Joker in Dark Knight has a speech where he's like, I'm like a big dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what I would do if I got up to it. I feel like that's how Mulder is. He's the big car of truth where he gets to think, okay, and now I don't know what I do with this. There's no real end in sight.
Although I really like Mulder's speech at the end to Jose Chung.
Because he's like, this is already like a crazy thing.
Yeah, because it's really starts off very heartfelt. I think David's performance is really good there. And then he immediately, without kind of any transition, immediately goes into slightly crazy, going, this is a military industrial entertainment complex. It's like a great line. It's a nice little performance there.
Yeah, that's such a great line. And I think probably Duchovny liked doing your episodes because he got to do stuff that was so outside of his zone. Like the yelp he does when he sees the alien. No other episode could he do that.
The thing I love the yelp is that I've seen it so many times over the years, but I laugh every time, and it's very rare that something...
Yeah.
I think he did another take, and it was more of a cat.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure it exists out there somewhere, but I think I had two takes of that. But the yelp always makes me laugh.
You guys just did 2 takes?
Yeah, we rarely did anything more than 2 takes.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
How many? That's crazy.
Well, we probably printed. Yeah, we probably...
Yeah, there were 2 that were printed.
Speaking of 2 takes, I'm going back to the cockroach episode real quick.
Great. I'm excited.
Her name is Bambi.
Yes.
Okay, in the script, she only says that once, but we had 2 takes of it. And when I was cutting, I went, hey, it would be funny if after...
Dana saying...
Yes, Dana. Yes.
Her name was Bambi.
Yes.
Her
So
name
she's
was
Bambi.
Bambi.
So I go, it's slightly different. We got 2 takes, but it's slightly different.
It's
So let's
so
go
funny.
back. And that was kind of when I started learning, you can create things in the editing room.
Yeah.
You learn these kind of things.
Yeah, totally. And I watched because the most involved I've ever been acting on a show is Silicon Valley. I've done other shows, but that's the most I've ever been involved. So it's interesting to see how it's on the page, and when you see the edit, and you're like, oh, you guys took one scene, made 2 scenes out of it, and it's really, really interesting.
You have to, as an actor, just have faith in the people you're working with, because they completely control reaction shots and stuff. And I remember working for Glenn on 21 Jump Street, and I had this speech, and I was really worked hard. And then when you see the episode, of course they're not on me, they're on one of the lead actors. Yes, and I'm saying my speech, they cut away to the star, so they're not going to show you. So you go, oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, it's so interesting, because I think of when you're acting, you think, oh, the camera's going to be on me until I finish talking. Then it's going to be on the other person while they talk, then back to me. But I watch this movie that I'm in, and there's one part that I was a big emotional moment where I have to say something big. And it's not on me, it's on the person who I'm saying it to. Mm-hmm. And I never thought of it like that, but I was like, oh, that makes sense, because what I'm saying is more affecting to him. So what's more important is how he's taking it rather than how I'm saying it. And it was just really good directing. But, when you're acting on set, you don't think about any of that shit. You're so I get so in my own world, and I'm just every single thing becomes so heightened and important that you don't. And it's good, I think. I think you do the best job you can, and then trust that the people will use.
You have no choice.
will use what you give them, yeah. That this is not happening thing, that makes sense. I don't know, the alien smoking and then the pilots later saying it. This is not happening. This is not happening.
That's a thing that another weird thing was what I like about the episode, but it's kind of weird thinking back. Back in those days, a thing aired, and then there was no guarantee that it would ever.
It's gone.
Right.
Right.
You would hope that maybe it would be rerun in the summer. Or you hope that a show would go to 100 episodes and get into syndication.
Right.
But there was no guarantee of that.
Right.
And yet so many of the best episodes are better on repeated viewing.
Yes.
And this episode, what I'm proud of is how many, I love the "this is not happening" line.
Yeah.
Because when you first see the alien saying it, just seems like a joke line.
Right.
But then you see the pilot saying it later, and you realize, oh no, he's actually trying to convince himself.
Right.
It's not. And there's a bunch of stuff like that. That it's weird that we did that, because we never talked about that. When people watch this a second time, because the assumption was no one would watch it a second time.
But this isn't particularly an episode that benefits from multiple viewings,
Repeated.
Especially what Ho Tin-chung says in the beginning, how we're all alien and stuff like that, or when he says everybody starts their story with, "This is going to sound crazy," but I think that's a really great way of sort of, again, to go back to everyone has their own truth kind of thing that you said everybody talks about, but that's such a great way to set it, because it's really funny, but also really profound and kind of true.
Yeah, you get the joke first, and then the deeper thing.
Yeah.
And that's throughout the episode. So
that's what I liked about all your episodes, is that you sort of got these big ideas out a lot of times through jokes, and they all seemed they don't seem like pushed jokes or whatever, like the moment in Clyde Bruckman when he tells her the whole story of how he's decomposing, or tells Mulder the whole story of how and he's like, okay, good night. That's a really funny moment, yeah. But it's sort of, real reminder of everyone's mortality, but then there's a little funny little thing at the end. That's such a, both these episodes. Yes.
I'm trying to remember what I wanted to remember.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm skipping around too.
Yes.
The detective manners.
Yes.
Cursing.
Yes. Blank hole.
Yes. What was funny, I went back the last time we did, and I was going through my censor notes. I'd forgotten originally. The first draft was just, I was using initials or something. I was just abbreviations or something.
Or F or
yeah,
A.
I don't remember how I did it. But the joke was, and this is way too inside, at the end, the censor is known as the broadcast standard in practices, but they always refer to themselves as BS&P. So the last line is, instead of the detective going bleep, I had him say, well, I'll be BS&P'd. Right? and the censors go, no, they wouldn't let any of that.
Why? Because they didn't want to be called out?
No. They didn't want him to do any of the stuff. And so I go, well, what if he says like blankety blank bleep or something like that? And I don't think they thought I was serious.
Yeah.
And they at first they said no to that.
To the saying blank?
Yes. So like bleep and blank, they said no to that as well.
Why?
I don't know. And so my argument was...
You're making people say swear words in their heads.
Right. So they didn't like it. So my argument was, look, Scully is telling the story. And so she's actually doing your job for you.
Yeah.
Right. And so she's saying blankety blank bleep. And so we know that they're cursing, but they're not cursing because Scully is censoring them. So what's the problem? And they went with that.
Right.
But the blankety blank bleeps is so much funnier than whatever I had there. And I had forgotten that in Humbug, Scully was going to eat a razor blade
instead of a bug.
Yes, because in the Enigma was the name of the guy that played the conundrum. In his live act,
my wife has met him.
Oh, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, well, he was like weird to her. He came up to her and like growled at her.
Oh, wow, that's his way of saying hello.
Yeah, I think he wanted to say more than hello.
Well, in his live act, he eats a bunch of live maggots, and I go, well, they'll never. I didn't want to do that. At first, I didn't want to see someone eat live maggots, but I go, well, they'll never let me eat a live insect.
Yeah.
I go, well, I put in razor blades, and the censor said no.
Yeah,
because they didn't want kids.
That's so weird.
And so I was shocked, going, well, can he eat live insects? And I didn't think they'd let me. And they go, oh, sure. I was like, what? Can he eat a big bowl of crickets? No problem.
Oh, great.
So that's so much better than what I had. And it's weird. Sometimes the censor would throw in weird things.
Yeah.
That you would have to come up with a better thing that you had before.
Yeah, and what it also does, it's interesting. All your stories kind of comment on the fact that they're stories a little bit. And that they're produced for TV.
Well, also to that whole thing is I wanted to kind of remind the viewer that they're being told this through Scully.
Right.
And she's censoring that. You don't know what else she isn't telling you.
Right.
So you can't.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of blanks there.
Yes, I need an out to go, oh, maybe that really happened, but Scully told it this way. And
there was one interesting thing. I host a show for Comedy Central called The Meltdown. We were talking about it earlier. And so we did, my friend TJ Miller, who plays Ehrlich on Silicon Valley, he's the big guy with the hair and the beard, the big brash guy. He does a joke. It's really funny. And I'm going to say a word here because it's in the joke. He does a joke where his grandfather's dying, and the joke is, what if like everyone thinks about their last words, and what if his final words are, it's such a long setup, but the final words are, fucktards must die. And then he dies. And he's like, well, do you have a conundrum? Are you going to tell people? Do you not tell people? All this. So it's a really funny joke. It does great. And he says fucktards a bunch of times. And then S&P notes were, well, bleep that word. We were like, oh, we can't because that word is important. Yeah. They were like, you have to bleep both. And then so we kind of fought and we're like, can it be bleeptard? Because people have to know what that word is. And then they let us have that. They let us have bleeptard. Yeah. And sometimes they let us get away with like just a K at the end of the fuck. Yeah. Like, so it'd be like, bleep, like that kind of stuff. Like we would like kind of push it a little bit. But that fuckdart thing was a big argument because we were like, without that, the joke is nothing. It makes no sense. Yeah. So
they had, the censors had a thing in this where Mulder's driving and he sees the Air Force guy walking along and saying he's naked. He wasn't naked when we shot it. He's wearing something, but it looks like he's naked. And they said, oh, no, you can't cut that. He looks like he's naked. And we're going, well, he's supposed to be naked, but he's not naked.
He's not naked.
Right, because but it looks like he's naked.
People will think of a naked person.
And so they had to add a visual effect of the headlights, Mulder's headlight beam going across the middle of the frame.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so if you look at that, there's like a beam going across the thing because it looked like he was naked even though he wasn't. I swear.
That's crazy. There's so many like you brought like those S&P notes last time where they wouldn't let you say maggots.
Yeah.
Crazy thing. It's so interesting and weird, like the things that they sort of plant their flag on.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. All right. Well, is there anything else? I mean, this episode has so much stuff.
Quick, how are we way over?
You're fine. You're fine.
The Alex Trebek, Alex Trebek.
Yes.
Casting him for the other Men in Black. So originally, the idea was I wanted Salman Rushdie.
What? That's not as well known a guy as Alex Trebek.
I know, but for some reason I thought the idea. Now at the time, Salman Rushdie was still deep into hiding. He hadn't been seen.
Satanic Verses.
Yes, right. He hadn't been seen in several years.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I thought it was funny that he was going around. He would be going around threatening to kill people if they talked about their UFO experiences. Yeah. That was just me. That's what I thought was funny. But like Chris and Rob are both no. We're not getting Salman Rushdie. The security alone, we'd have to get a ton of people.
Well, do people know what he looked like?
Well, that was the other thing is no. And so it was a stupid idea to begin with. So I called Glenn to complain that they wouldn't let me have Salman Rushdie. And Glenn's like going, it should be Johnny Cash. Because Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash was the original Man in Black. It was like, that's the greatest idea ever. But then Johnny Cash wasn't available.
He didn't do it.
He just...
At this point, the show's getting big so that you can get bigger cast. Right?
But no, and this is part of the thing is, and then it became difficult going, okay, you have to find someone famous who's willing to go up to Vancouver for a day to say one line on a show that most people they didn't know what it was yet.
Okay.
So it was like suddenly, oh my God, who are we going to get? And it's like nowadays there's like more famous people because people are now famous and they don't do anything.
Right.
So you could probably get a lot of people. But okay, Johnny Cash couldn't do it. And so then I came up with Steven Spielberg. and so Chris had heard that Spielberg responds more to written notes. This was before email. Responds more to written notes than phone calls. So I was asked to write a letter, right? And so I still remember my first line was, "Dear Mr. Spielberg, we'll be honest with you, you were not our first choice."
You said you did this?
Yeah. But by the time I finished the letter, someone had called. And they go, he's not available. He's doing a film.
Do you have that letter?
I do. And, a couple years later, I had a meeting with Spielberg, and I told him the story, and he claims he would have done it. But I don't believe him.
Wow.
He wouldn't have done it. Wow. So then it was like panic time, just like going, I don't know who we're going to get, and it's coming down to the last second. And I was in Jeff Flaming's office, who was one of the other writers, and we were just throwing out names desperately, just throwing anybody famous. Yeah. And then he was the one that came up with Alex Trebek. And I go, there you go. That works. And Duchovny had been on Celebrity Jeopardy. And so we're like, oh, okay, we can get him. Because yes, he had done a favor or something. And so we try to get Alex Trebek. And I remember I was up in Vancouver, and they call, and someone comes in and goes, Darin, Alex Trebek would like to talk to you on the phone.
Whoa.
Yeah. Now, he hadn't agreed to do it yet, right? And I remember going, oh, no. Right? So I get on the phone. It's Alex Trebek. And basically his thing was, is there any way I could have a bigger part? That was essentially.
But the whole point is that he can't.
Right. Which I convinced him of somehow. Because it was I was going, but your voice is so famous and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And so at the end, he reluctantly said, oh, okay, I understand. And yes, I'll do it. And I remember hanging up with the phone going, yeah, I'm a producer now.
Yeah. Well, it's great because even though he has one line, people remember that. Because you see everybody's reaction to him, and everybody has a different reaction, and it's so funny. And Alex Trebek is the perfect guy to be there because it's him right away. Salman Rushdie, someone would be like Salman Rushdie, even Spielberg. People know what he looks like, but someone would have to say Spielberg. And you say Alex Trebek, but as soon as you see him, because people have seen Trebek more than they've seen Spielberg, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So he's on TV every single day.
That's one of the things that if you go back and watch that I love when he's in with the Roswell kid.
Yeah.
And he puts his hand, and the Roswell kid looks at him and goes, hey. And you don't know. You don't know at the time why he's reacting
it's
like that.
almost like someone you know would be like,
oh, hey, Alex Trebek.
That happened to me. I was at the gym and there was someone there who's like famous. And it took me a second to like process. I looked at him and I was like, oh, hey. Then I was like, oh, no, that's not someone I know.
No, you think you do. Yeah,
you think you do because I've seen him a ton of times on my television. Yeah, I think his reaction is so funny. Oh, hey.
Hey. And then the other thing I always want to tell is like, when we did this episode and I went up to Vancouver to prep, and Bob Goodwin, who was our in charge of production,
RW.
Yes, RW Goodwin is Bob Goodwin, and Bob had freaked out when I first turned in the script because my very first draft I had intercut the Scully interview with Jose Chung was broken up more.
Okay.
So where usually there's like 50, each scene is numbered.
Right.
So there was like 50 scenes for a normal X-File episode, but this one, the first draft, it was like 100.
But they're mostly shorter scenes and they're bigger scenes split up.
Right. There was nothing changed in it, but Bob saw 100 scenes and just shit his pants and started screaming at me.
Of course.
So I had to like condense, put the scenes together.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing. And then when I went up to Vancouver, Bob pulled me aside and he goes, Darin, I don't understand this script at all. And he goes, a lot of people on the production staff have come in this week and said the same thing to me.
They're like, what the fuck is that?
Right. And he goes, but I tell them all, this is going to be a great episode. Because I can tell how excited you are about it.
Yeah, and everyone trusts you because people loved Humbug. And
right. But
Bruckman.
The thing is that when that happened, I just thought it was funny that Bob admitted that he didn't understand the script. Right? But now I look back at that and I just want to cry because it's not just like show business, but like any job. Like how often does one of your bosses or your boss go, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me, but you seem to know what you're excited. So I'm behind you 100%.
Yeah.
It's like, it's never happened since then. And it's
like, I don't understand this. Fix it.
And that was one of the things that I think why the show one of the things that worked was it really had kind of we were all very different personalities.
Yeah.
But it was kind of, we all, like I said, Bowman was not crazy about doing the episode, but I think he eventually, I don't want to say he ever at the end really
go.
Well, and that's what kind of pains me is I'm sure if you ask Bowman like what are his favorite episodes, this probably wouldn't be one of his, and yet I think it's like one of the greatest things he's ever done. Like I just think the direction of this is like
awesome. Great.
But he likes the train shit. He wants the action.
Did you guys not see eye to eye a lot?
No, eventually we kind of got on the same page. We were on, like I said, the same. There was like the scene when the Men in Black come into the garage, Rocky's garage,
and then they go out backwards.
And then they go out backwards. It's like one of my favorite things. But I remember when we shot it, and I don't remember like what we did. He did something weird with the speed, so it'd be faster or something. Yeah. And we had shot it, and we were going to move on to the next location. Okay, that's done. It's a wrap. And Rob started to get up, and he turned back to me, and he goes, "Is that going to look too silly?" I was like, "It might." I was like, "Let's shoot it again." And then we shot at a different speed. I don't remember what it was. But it was that kind of thing. It's like we both were worried about being too wacky, but we both knew what we kind of wanted. And so at the end, I couldn't have asked for a better, like the footage is like, and like things he added, like the transition where like a character will be talking and then you don't know there's been a transition to the next day.
Right.
And then he starts talking.
Cuts back and there's someone else there.
That was Rob's idea.
Really
and it just makes the audience kind of more, not knowing sure where they stand. And
we're
I just
off
love
balance. And it makes it all sort of wishy-washy and flowy and muddled in a way that obviously, is what the episode's trying to be.
And the opening shot, we started talking about it, but I love the opening shot because it's a funny visual gag that nobody does visual gags anymore. But it's a metaphor for like the whole episode where you go, oh, that's a spaceship.
It's your perspective.
Because you've seen Star Wars, so you go, oh, that's a spaceship.
Yeah.
But then, oh, no, it's not.
Yeah.
And the whole episode, oh, this is an alien abduction.
Right.
Oh, because I'm watching the X-Files.
Right.
Oh, no, it's men in suits, and so the whole, that opening shot is like, that's what kind of goes throughout the entire episode. And
Well, you do a lot about like perspective and sort of playing with that and upending people's expectations a lot in all of your episodes. Where it's one like the guy who's like the Jim Rose in Humbug. When he pulls the nipple chain and he goes, "Ow!" I thought that's really funny, because you think of this guy who can like withstand pain, and then so it's always like you think it's one thing and then it's another. And this one, there's also you think it's the alien face, and then it's the stuffed cat, right?
Yeah.
Which usually in horror movies it's a real cat. Here it's a stuffed cat, which I thought was funny. And then later when he asks her, like, do you see patterns and things and you see something else? Like, I thought that was a very interesting, like, call out of some of the tropes of sci-fi and horror and of the show itself, but in a way that makes sense within the story. So you recast, like, there's like a language of film we have, right? Where we accept certain things. Like, it's nighttime outside, but it's bright. Fucking, that's how movies are. Just deal with it. Mm-hmm. And that's sort of, when those things are called out, I think it's very satisfying.
Well, those are also all the alien abduction. That was all that alien abduction lore. That was all part of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That you think you see an alien face and then it's not an alien
That's
face?
how you start to go, why am I seeing alien faces?
And then you put a story on it. That's so interesting. The other thing that's interesting is that whatever happened, and I'm not going to ask you what really happened, but that girl thinking that she was date raped, where it's, yes.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because I read a thing not too long ago where someone was writing about the episode, and they thought that she had been date raped, and because of that, the whole episode was like completely so skewed. Yes,
yeah,
and they were not date raped. They had sex before we see them. They've had sex,
right?
So she hasn't been raped, but after the alien abduction thing, and
it all gets messy.
She doesn't remember it,
right.
And the cops are saying, no, we gave you an exam, right. And you apparently were probed,
right.
So it wasn't an alien, But no, the kid doesn't rape her, and that's
right.
And that messes up everything. If
it really does. It really does. She's been violated in other ways where her memories have been stolen, right. And so that violation sort of gets muddled with sort of a sexual violation.
Yeah, and I guess that was my gag, as one of those switches too, where you see these two kids and they're going, "Oh, I really like you." Oh, it's their first date, so you're assuming they're all innocent, where actually they've just, screwed. Yes, they just screwed. You don't find that out until.
Yeah, one of my favorite.
I'm sorry, but that was another thing that was. Everybody says, if such and such happens, I'm a dead man.
Yes. Yes.
And I remember telling Rob, as we were going over the script, Bowman going, see, everyone needs to say that line really melodramatically until the guy at the end, the pilot in the diner, sees the guys coming and then just kind of matter-of-factly goes, I'm dead, because he's the only one that's actually going to be a dead man. He knows that. But everybody else
is dramatic,
is melodramatic, and that's like a thing that like he hadn't picked up on, and so that's one of the learning processes, is that you have to point out to the director, who has to do so much other shit.
Right.
Oh, see, there's this little tiny thread I've put
right.
in here, blah blah blah.
Right. Well, also I bet for a director, while you're reading it for the first time, you're not just reading the story. You're also like, all right, so I can shoot this like this. This has to be here. This is another location. Like today we just did a table read for the last episode of Silicon Valley, right? The new season. And it was great. So good. So funny and intense. It's almost like an action movie. And so afterwards I went up to the writer and I was like, hey, great job, man. He's like, yeah, I don't know how we're going to shoot it. And I hadn't even thought of that. I was like, oh, right, we've added like extra production days because this episode has like so much shit happening in it. So I bet he's looking at it from that perspective too. You're looking at it as like this thing you've completed, and obviously you want your vision to come to fruition. But when you're writing, I don't think about like, oh, I wrote a scene in a funeral with 100 people, find 100 people. But the guy making it is like, now I got to find 100 people.
Or just locations.
Yeah, locations.
You don't know till the very last minute what your set locations are, so you don't know how to shoot it. So directors are all worried about that.
Right.
Type of thing. It's like directors too, like Rob. Always remember his thing was like he was talking to me, like I'm explaining. Oh, this line means this, and he's like going, okay, when I do a whip pan, I'm gonna go from right to left because that's like going backwards in memory, and I'm like going, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay,
But all that shit, I think subliminally plays on people.
Yes, it all worked and it was all great.
Yeah.
But like that's directors and writers are looking at it.
One of my favorite lines of the X-Files and of any show is, "Do you love? Is that all you men think about?" That's really funny.
That's one of my favorites too.
Yeah, and I know totally. I mean, that line is great, and but I know a lot of guys who are just like give their heart to a woman immediately, like I'm in love with you. You gotta slow down. I know so many guys like that. Like the stereotype is that guys just want to get laid. There's plenty more guys who just want to be in love so hard.
I've always contended that men are more romantic than women.
Yeah, and I think that's
that's
part of it.
Yes, no one agrees with me.
Well, thank you so much. I'd love to have you back then when you after small. I know you're done, but small potatoes. You want to come back after that? No.
No.
Okay. All right. Great.
Are you gonna get? Are you getting Vince? Are you getting anybody else?
Well, I do want to get Vince.
How did the Nerdist?
This isn't Nerdist.
But how did they get Jillian before?
Well,
that was like
that's the whole big machine that they've got a PR team.
PR
I mean, that's
thing,
like Lionsgate, and that's a big.
It's still wrong.
Our whole
it's still wrong.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck, right? She wants to do it. She said she'd do it, and but she's in London, so she's like, I'll Skype in, and I'm like, I'll wait until I can get her in the studio because I'm already going to be so nervous. I think it'll be better if we're face to face, and I have like, 3-4 minutes to sort of just be like, hey, thanks for coming, all that kind of shit. So, but she's going to do it. So I'm just waiting. With Vince, I'm going to wait until, I haven't into Vince. I'm just going to wait until Vince. I have a weird story where I was a big fan of Breaking Bad, right? Mm-hmm. Big fan of Breaking Bad. And my wife and I were on vacation when the last episode was airing. And so we were like, stay off Twitter, stay off social media. Don't want to know what happens. And we're at the Louvre in Paris. And we're literally talking about like, oh, it just aired. We can't. Then we look over and I'm like, is that Vince Gill again? And she's like, I'm going to Google. So she hooks up to the museum Wi-Fi to see. And I just walk up to him and I'm like, hey, are you American? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, are you Vince Gill again? And he's like, fuck. He didn't do that. But he was very nice. I talked to him and I talked to his girlfriend. I believe it's his girlfriend, but she was wonderful. And then months later, I ran into him at a bar at this party. And I was like, hey, do you remember... And he was like, yeah, you were the only guy that recognized me on that entire European trip. So I sort of know him, but I'm waiting until his episodes come in because he just joined the cast the writing staff in season 3.
I think everyone now is like happy to talk about it because it's been so long ago.
Yeah.
And like there was a while there where I don't think anyone wanted to talk about the show.
Why do you think that is?
Anytime you work on anything, and I wasn't there long, but you think about a thing and then you're like, okay, I'm done with that. I don't want to revisit it. But then enough time passes. It's like it's been fun talking about the episodes.
Yeah.
I'm sure I didn't talk about half the things that I wanted to, or just like the Clyde Bruckman, I don't remember what I said. But it's like after all these years, it's kind of fun to just like talk about things. Like I said, that when you wrote them, you thought they just air.
And they go away.
And they'd go away. I always had a fear when they aired. It was a time when LA was showing helicopter police chases on the news.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I would watch my episodes when they air just going, please don't cut away. Please don't cut away.
That's right. That's where our priorities were. There was a time when it was like chases.
Yeah.
And then that episode of Drive that Vince Gilligan wrote, season 6, Bryan Cranston, starts like that, where it's like you...
Because that was the fad.
Yeah,
at the time.
It starts with like it's been preempted for this police chase, and then it turns into an episode of the X-Files. I thought that was really cool. Yeah, I got the sense for a little bit that maybe Gillian and David Duchovny, Gillian and I don't know any of them, but that they didn't really want to talk about it so much because they were like, that was so long ago, it's done. But now I feel like they're sort of excited and interested in it again because I think everybody involved with the show has sort of, moved on, and it's not like. Hopefully the thing that defines them.
Yeah.
They don't see it like that. Thank you so much for coming back and talking.
No problem.
About this.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm glad you had a good time. And hopefully when we get more X-Files, we see more Darin Morgan episodes. I think that would be really, really exciting for everybody.
an episode about a Pakistani
Maybe,
podcaster who, for paranormal reasons, has to have sex with Scully.
Okay.
That's all you want to hear.
That's a great pitch.
That's
great
all you
pitch.
wanted to hear.
Take it to Chris. See what he says. See what he says.
That's all you wanted to hear.
Yeah. All right. Great. No, that sounds like a great idea. So why don't you go beat it out, and then we'll get it to Chris. See what he says. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Hello, it's me again. So yeah, that is my favorite. I mean, there was one day when I watched that episode 3 times and I cried more each time, which is very, yeah, it's, it's like, well, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna ramble up here, so, I'm not gonna ramble up here alone, so, please welcome to the stage the writer of that episode, Darin Morgan. Darin.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what'd you think? It's pretty good, right?
What's weird is this on?
Can we turn it up a little bit? He's soft-spoken.
I'm seeing things that, even though I wrote it and seen it a billion times, that I never picked up before. And so my question to all you guys is Scully immortal?
Oh, you motherfucker. That's... do you have...
What?
Well, okay, we should discuss because so we talked about this, and from that on, it's become a weird part of like X-Files lore that she's immortal from that one line.
But
they reference it, but this is where it starts. My impression was he's just being nice to her. What do you think, Darin?
I refuse to clarify. You're all free to believe whatever you want, no matter how silly it might be.
Come on. Did you set off to write like, oh, I'm going to write the episode that makes Scully immortal? All right. I will say that you had another contribution to X-Files canon that I think is less controversial, which is that Mulder dies from autoerotic asphyxiation. That one, as soon as everyone heard that, we're like, yeah, that feels right. That's probably how he goes.
No one has ever questioned that.
Yeah. Yeah, that one makes sense. You know, we've talked before, and we've talked about this episode, and
I was disappointed you didn't cry this time.
Well, I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of you and all these people.
Okay.
Your brother almost made me cry on stage. He did.
Glad I wasn't here for that.
Do you like watching? Because you have like a weird, because you're like sort of you're an amazing writer, obviously, but you're hard on yourself. And you find problems in this episode that you have said that you find it hard to watch because you see like things that you think you could have done better, which is crazy to me. But no,
I've grown used to over the years. You just accept that there isn't a perfect episode. There's always things that could have been better or done better. You see little things, which I do watching that. I saw a bunch of things, but you go, oh, who cares? Who cares now, you know? But I did enjoy the thing that and maybe I mentioned this to you before, but you know, as a TV writer, you almost never get to see something you've written seen with an audience. So this is the second time I've seen this ever screened with an audience, and it's also very special to be shown here at I used to come here all the time to see silent movie theaters. Some people don't know that Clyde Bruckman, the character's name is given, was an old silent movie gag writer and director, and so I used to come here to see movies that I'm sure he was involved in. So it's just kind of nice seeing it here. This theater, I don't know if any of you, I haven't been here in a long time because I'm moved a bit farther away, but I used to come here all the time, so it was great to see something that I wrote on this screen.
Yeah, I emailed you to be like, hey, would you come talk about it? And I was very happy that you were like, I'm so excited that something I wrote is screening here.
Someone wrote a biography on the real Clyde Bruckman that came out last year. And I think also the year before, a woman wrote a book about all Buster Keaton's, his crew, anyone who worked on his films. And at the end of her chapter on Clyde Bruckman, she has this very, very angry footnote where she just goes, doing research on Clyde Bruckman is so hard because it's just a stupid X-File. It has nothing to do with Clyde Bruckman. And I was like, reading it, I literally went, oh, Jesus. So sorry, lady.
What I love is that you named it to pay tribute to a person you liked, and you ultimately were responsible for dragging them into obscurity further. Well done.
Thanks.
But you couldn't have seen that coming, which is a great segue. So this episode, every time I watch it, I have more questions. I was like, I'm going to write down some questions for him, and then I just ended up filling up the whole thing. To me, the idea of, I think a lot of this episode for me is about like determinism. He says, how could I see the future if it didn't already exist? And I always saw the ending as they do change the future, so that bellhop sees the future and then it changes, so that maybe there is like some sort of free will thing. Were you getting at anything with that? Is that a fair reading, or am I just being very optimistic?
You're being very optimistic. My thing that I was, I'm not making any point or anything, but, in doing a thing about someone having psychic ability, if you believe in psychic or fortune telling or what have you, there's certain assumptions that I believe you have to make that I'm not willing to make. I'm not willing. I believe in free will, so I don't believe people can foresee the future, even though the idea is great and makes a great episode. So it's more that it's, and I think that's has to do with a lot of the topics on the X-Files, is just simply going, if you believe in this type of thing, there's certain things that you have to consider that possibly a lot of people haven't.
Yeah, it's right. So, and with this one, it was like, you basically were like, if there's a psychic, there's going to be more than one psychic. And also, if there's a psychic, then, and if they can predict the future, then the future is already decided.
And if they can predict the future, if they can see the future, they should be able to see everything. It doesn't make any sense that someone can see how you're going to die but not be able to pick the lottery. There's certain things that you should, and you can still believe in it. You can still go, well, there's an explanation I can't understand, blah, 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 blah.
But you're wrong.
Yes.
Saying that in LA is very scary. Because I agree with you, and it always is someone that I'm talking to, and then they're like, well, my psychic says, and I'm like, well, it's good you don't believe in religion, you think that's stupid. Really taking a strong stance up here. This is Queequeg. Queequeg shows up. For a very sweet pet, he has a very bleak appearance and demise.
What's funny is when we picked the dog, when we did the thing, just any old dog, and you have, I don't know how we pick the pictures, but this dog's fine. Whereas now, because I got dogs, I'm a dog person, I would have been much more specific on the type of dog. Well, because the Pomeranian fits for the old lady, and that's, I think, why it fit. But Scully would not have a Pomeranian. Well, that may have contributed, spoiler alert, to what happened to Queequeg.
You were like, get rid of this fucking thing.
Queequeg was a problem. Wait, I will say this. I will say this, and I talked to Chris about this because Chris is also a big dog person. We were a couple years ago. We talked at a school, and people were asking us. This is before we did the new episodes, of course. if you did the show now, how would you do it? Well, you know, because technology has changed, and everybody was asking questions about all these kind of big changes. And me and Chris were more like, well, no, the show would be different because we're older and we're different and we view things differently. And my example was I never would have allowed us to kill off a dog. Because killing off a dog, even a fictional one, really bothers me. Whereas a human, who cares? Kill as many humans as you want.
Yeah, humans on some level have deserved it.
Exactly.
Every human has done something that you're like, if they get murdered, I mean, net gain. One of my favorite speeches of all time in anything is the one that ends with, I know dolls. Like that whole... That's such a great speech. I sound like Chris Farley up here. That was awesome. But I really like this. You know what? It's one of those episodes that I've never seen the same way twice. Even now watching it, it feels different to me each time. And I got a little, when I first saw it, I got a little obsessed with that thing of like, what have I done in my life that has led to this, that has led to this, that has led to this, and now that I'm here, what could I have done differently? But that doesn't matter because now, what am I doing now that's going to affect the future? Are these like things that you think about a lot, or was it just like, oh, if it's a psychic and the future is determined, then let's just play with that?
You know, yeah. I'm not that philosophical, so I haven't thought of it. But everybody,
that's like the most philosophical.
But everybody thinks everything. I think that's why. I think this one of the reasons why this episode resonates with so many people, because everybody has gone, oh, what if I did this, or blah 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 blah. There was a short scene between Scully and Bruckman in the hotel. I don't know if we talked about this on the.
But you can talk about it.
Okay. It was very short. It was between like, what are you doing? And before they have we're going to be in bed together. And he goes off on a speech about how we would view our lives differently if we could see the entirety of our lives from beginning to end. We would see patterns and things would be much more clear. And maybe we've already met our future wives, or we didn't know they were, blah, blah. And it's kind of a philosophical thing. And that was supposed to be how Scully, without really kind of sticking in, figured out that she had already seen the killer. She knows the killer is at...
I see, yeah.
And so that was like a little philosophical thing. I don't remember what the joke, because obviously they had to have ended with a joke. But I always remember there was a writer, he wasn't on the show, but his office, he was a friend, his office was above mine on the Fox lot. And he read the script while I was cutting the episode. And he goes, oh my God, that scene, that joke where the guy says that's the funniest thing I've ever read. I go, oh, I just cut that scene out. So it's...
What was...
I don't remember the line. I don't remember the line. I'm sorry.
Is it
sure it wasn't that good.
Yeah, you literally were like, there's one thing that's awesome. It's the funniest thing. I don't remember it and it doesn't exist. That's what life is. You're kind of like Clyde Bruckman. This one, not the one you made obscure. Another one of my favorite X-Files scenes, again, is that scene where the way he deals with Scully versus the way he deals with Mulder is so interesting. Because Scully doesn't believe him, but he clearly has a lot of affection for Scully. That scene, we end up in bed, there are hits and there are misses and then there are misses. That's such a sweet, beautiful, yes.
This is what I've always forgot to tell. I go to, on the podcast, even though we talked about everything else, go, make sure you ask me about this. Scully's attitude towards Bruckman is, because she doesn't believe in the psychic, she can treat him as a human being.
Yes.
So she treats him better than Mulder does, because Mulder only cares. And the analogy I would make would be that for me, like when I was younger, you're obsessed with this has to be a good episode, blah, 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 that sometimes you were maybe not as nice a person as you should be. That type of thing. And the thing I wanted to talk about that I never talked about was in the cockroach episode, which I know is your favorite.
I don't know why
he hates the...
No, that's not true.
Now,
why do you say that? Your brother's right there. Is that who you're looking for?
No, my girlfriend was like, she claims she saw a Joe McHale interview where he said that was his favorite episode. And I thought of
Is that why he's in more than one of the new season?
fuck.
So the cockroach episode. So in the cockroach episode.
Why are you watching interviews with Joel McHale? What does he have that I don't? Other than height and
taller.
Yeah, classic Hollywood looks. Sorry, what were you saying about the cockroach
So
episode?
in the cockroach episode, Duchovny's mom was there for the shooting, right? So we put her in a shot. Duchovny's mom, we're going to put her in a shot. So Kim, we have and Duchovny's mom. I liked his mom so much better than him. His mom was really sweet. Well, no, that's not because I think his mom liked me better than him too.
Wait,
We got along right.
I need clarification. Did his mom like you better than she liked her son?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the impression I got. What I'm trying to say is, I really liked her. She really liked me. Duchovny's mom, got to put her in a shot. Put her in a shot. But the problem is when we're cutting it, Kim Manners was the director. She's in the crowd, and the shot starts on her, and then the camera kind of pans over, and then goes over to the fire engine. Where it's the end of the episode when the thing's blown up. And the problem was, it took so long to go from Scully's mom to Duchovny's mom to the shit that it was like, it's like 10 seconds. I can't. We got to cut it out because of the episode, time factor. So I cut Duchovny's mom out of the episode, which is what I'm saying is like Scully's like, now that I'm older, I go, there's no way I would cut Duchovny's mom out of the episode.
I bet now she likes David better than she likes you.
Well, he goes, when I told him, he was over the phone and he just goes, he saw the episode, he just goes, so you cut my mom out. And I go, she's got to know it's a cruel business. This is how they learn.
That's how it goes. You're a monster.
It's true.
Not a good person.
I can't believe I did that.
But today, that's how you change. You don't cut that out, and you find 10 seconds somewhere else.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. There's another. I won't go.
I like your shirt, by the way.
It's about the show called The X-Files.
So here's an open question to everyone here. So I was going to wear today one of the few memorabilia things that I still possess from my days on The X-Files.
What do you mean still? Have you been giving them away?
No, I didn't have that much.
Okay, sure.
But it was my I Survived Teso dos Bichos t-shirt. But my girlfriend convinced me that may come off as kind of snide or snooty or something.
No.
Okay.
Why?
Well, because she was like, oh, people are going to think like you're ragging on another episode and, oh, I'm so great, I can make fun of. And I was like going, no, these are the only people that will get, that will understand. And I didn't wear it because it kind of made me look fat. I don't know how. But it's this really great t-shirt. It goes X-Files, 3, whatever the episode was, season 3. And then it goes, Teso dos Bichos Survivor. And then on the back, it says double salmon, and it has a salmon fish with a cat in its mouth, and the cat has a rat in its mouth. Because, film scripts are color coded. Each draft is a different color. Right. So you go, salmon would be number 10. And then if you go more than 10 drafts, you start double white, double. Yeah. And so they had gone all the way to whatever the previous color. So like 19 drafts. And Kim Manners asked John Scheiben, who was the writer, to just do one more change so they could get to double salmon, which he had never in his whole career ever had to direct a script. They went, 20 rewrites, and then we'd make shirts. So Scheiben and Kim actually made the shirts and gave it out to the.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
so they got to double salmon.
Yeah, so they got to double salmon. So that's why they have the fish with the cat. That was the cat episode.
So it took 20 rewrites to make that. I think it's great.
Obviously, they needed to go to 21. But as I said on your podcast, anyone on the show who did more than one episode wrote at least one stinkburger. There was always, everyone has written one.
Well, John Scheiben has written amazing episodes.
He wrote a lot of them, and like I said, we've all written back, and it was like you could tell everyone knew
that it was problematic.
Right then?
Well,
When was it? When it was like, and then 30 cats attack? Was that?
well, this is another point. This is another point I always make. If you think about whatever your favorite X-File episode is, imagine hearing someone say the premise out loud for the first time. It just almost always sounds stupid. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Let's try with Glenn's. There's 3 people, they fucked their mother. I definitely want to watch that.
No, if you go, there's an episode about a guy who can stretch himself and eats livers and he hibernates for 40 years, whatever. You don't go, oh wow, do 2 episodes about that. That's great. And so the one of the difficulties with the show was any idea just sounded stupid from the get-go, and that some episodes ended up great, some episodes stayed terrible, and it was really hard to know. So you kind of had to, you just had to keep going, and then at some point you had to go, okay, this isn't working, or well, we're fucked. It shoots next week.
I'm sorry, the cat guy is here. We've already paid him. Look how much cat food we bought. We gotta shoot. Well, you guys are making 24 new horror sci-fi stories. There's only it seems impossible.
There was inevitably always going to be episodes that didn't quite work, and you could only just shrug and go, okay, well, next time, we'll do better. We'll get some sleep.
Yeah,
that was tough.
But even so, I mean, even that episode, I mean, because the cast is so good and the show has such a defined look and feel that I truly think that every single episode has merit to it. I didn't know how my sentence was going to end when I started. I feel like I did okay. Found the word merit, which is a good, vague, positive-ish word. Merit could be, people got paychecks from that. Let's talk about, we talked about this, the speech that Peter Boyle, who won an Emmy, and you won an Emmy for this as well. I was hoping you'd bring your Emmy.
Yeah.
You show up with your Emmy, wearing an I Survived Tesodos Beach House shirt. Look at this fucking asshole. Who does he think he is? Only Emmy, only writing Emmy. That's right? You guys only won 1?
No, we won more.
Of writing Emmys?
Writing. Yeah, I was the only one.
Yeah. The speech that Peter Boyle gives to Mulder to freak him out about how he's dead and dying and then says good night. The part where he says putridity and liquescence. So you ran into some S&P problems with that, right? With that whole speech. It's like one of the darkest monologues that's ever been on TV.
The monologue was just, as it was originally written, was just much more specific about factually what happens to a body when it dies. But the censor felt that combined with the image, it was just too much. And so things like I couldn't say maggots. He says insects.
But maggots is not a dirty or scary or horrible.
Look, well, I told you on the thing, when Clyde Bruckman goes to vomit, he sees a thing and he's supposed to go puke in the toilet. They couldn't hear the puke, so it sounds like he's coughing. And then the toilet flushes because they felt off-screen puking. No, And then
meanwhile,
you watch Hannibal or something nowadays, and blood's guys are coming. It's like times have changed.
Well, but even after the credits, we see eyeballs and entrails laying in that.
You see a dog eat an old lady. They didn't have a problem with that.
That's pretty great. I like how Scully's just like, oh yeah, that's fine. This dog is fine. I'll never think of that when I look at this dog.
He was hungry.
He was. It's not his fault. And I think that's a great moment we've talked about before with the you said sometimes people don't realize when he lights the guy's cigarette and he sees he's like, oh no.
It's the old woman's lighter, so he's getting a flash that the woman is dead and being eaten by her dog. And as I said on the thing, nowadays you'd have to have a flashback, a flash of like, oh no, the dog, because most people aren't going to pick that up. But we did that one time when you could still be subtle.
Yeah.
Those days are over.
There was the other thing about it that we talked about before was he talks about, to me, I was, I'm pretty like positive, optimistic person. So, and this is one of my favorite episodes. And so even though it is, what you do really well is sort of depressing, sad, and funny together. And that speech where he says the putridity and liquescence, good night, that's a great example of that. Like the darkest, bleakest thing possible. And then a great joke to break that tension. But I saw the ending where he kills himself as I was like, well, he's talking about it earlier. And he's like, this is the only time he feels like at peace with himself finally. So I'm like, it's kind of a happy ending because he's at peace. And you were like, he kills himself. I was like, yeah, I'm working too hard.
You're trying to find a positive spin on the suicide. It's hard to do.
It's tough. Let's not go there. It's tough. There was another thing that I really wanted to mention real quick before it's gone. I lost it. Is there anything you want to say about the episode? Is it crazy that 20 some years later it's playing at, that people are still like talking about it and I won't shut up about it every time I see you?
It's weird. What's weird about it is, and I don't know how this happened, but when we were doing the show, that was back in the day when, in order for a thing to be seen again, would have to go into syndication, which means 100 episodes and stuff like. And so there was no guarantee that what you did would ever be seen again. It could be screened that night, the night it airs. Maybe it would be rerun in the summer. After that, there's a chance that this was before VCR, they started selling VCRs or, of course, DVDs. And so there was no way of assuming that people were ever going to see an episode more than once. And yet, I don't know if, like I said, this was never said explicitly. It didn't come from Chris or Glenn, but everyone operated on the assumption of you have to write a thing that people will get more out of if they watch it more than once. Which is a weird kind of assumption to make for that time. Now, okay, people can watch things. And so I just find it kind of interesting that a lot of the episodes still kind of hold up. I know some of them don't. Some of them weren't that good to begin with. Some of them don't for cultural... Well, just being honest. But the best episodes, and I like to hope that this one is one of them, you can watch... I know a lot of people have rewatched the old episodes and I think some of the best episodes merit being watched again.
Yeah, and this one, it's obviously a really funny episode, but also there's like certain patterns that develop. The thing of like, you underscore expectations over and over. So right from the beginning, where they're like, well, this guy's gonna come, he's spooky. But it's not Mulder, it's the stupendous Yappy. And that sort of thing happens over and over when he goes, oh, it's you, that thing. A lot of times you think thing is going to be one way, and then Clyde Bruckman's character definitely like sort of does the opposite. That happens a lot in this episode. And that's something that I only pick up the more I watch it. There's always some sort of, it was awesome. And I want to also... thank you, because in the new season, you wrote and directed an episode, and you wrote something...
Who's in it?
Yeah, that's the one I'm in. And it's, thank you for, to this day, one of the best emails I've ever received was an email from you like, hey, so I'm writing an episode, like, if I write a part, would you want to do it? And how quickly did I respond?
It's pretty quick.
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
But
I didn't want you to go down the line. You're like, all right, Aziz, I wrote a part for you. He's another brown comedian.
I know.
He's shorter than me, so I'm his Joel McHale.
Yeah, I was going to say the reason why I wanted to work with you because I always liked your work on The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
It's a dream come true.
Yeah. If I was on The Big Bang Theory, I'd be wearing nicer shoes. They make a lot of money. They make $1 million an episode, which nobody deserves.
Meow.
Who deserves $1 million a week? Nobody who does anything deserves $1 million, except for like teachers. So I wanted to thank you for making me, be a small part of this thing that I love so much. And does anyone have any questions for Darin? Raise. Yeah. Oh, we already called on you. So is there a new person? If there isn't, we'll go to you. Thank you. Yes.
So thank you for coming. I really think that this and Jose Chung are maybe. I just wanted to ask you. Obviously your episodes kind of opened up the X-Files to be kind of a different style than it had been, more comedic, more quirky. Is that a conversation that is had, or did you kind of turn your episodes and then just sort of open it up from there?
We didn't have a conversation about it. No, as I think I said on your podcast, the first one, I basically got the job, of course, through Glenn. I was asked to write an episode, and I write what I write, whether you use a comedy or whatever, but that's the kind of style I write. And so I just wrote as best I could, and it had a lot of jokes in it. And Glenn read I wasn't even done yet. Glenn read the first draft, and he had some concerns about it because, well, Chris hired you. He's got to know what you're getting. And so he gave it to Chris, and Chris liked it enough to just want to do it. So it was never a specific conversation about, hey, let's do a lighthearted or whatever you want to call it. It just sort of happened, and it didn't make any sense why we did it. It would never happen nowadays. I will say that. I didn't appreciate it at the time, but Chris would have never. I don't know if Chris would have done it, but no executive producer would do it today. Because there's just too much risk. You've already established an audience, and to do an episode, unless it's like a very special episode, but you're not going to change the style of a show because you might lose fans, and no network or studio would allow you to do that.
Yeah, and the thing is with the it always was a funny show because the leads are very funny. I mean, we just saw Home, and that's like maybe the darkest episode the show ever did. It's also like brutally, really funny. So obviously, I think you knew that these guys could pull off like something that was more comedic than because you'd seen stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't really know that. I didn't really know that they were funny, but I didn't know if they could do it or not. But they could.
Yeah, like Glenn was saying this, but like David is like Duchovny is he's a very funny guy, and he's funny in the way that like he's not like actor funny, he's like comedian funny. Like he likes to like riff, and he's really quick. Like he just has like joke. It's really he's awesome. Yes.
Fine, thanks. I can't imagine anybody else doing the role. Did you ever consider anybody other than Peter?
It's weird because we did. I won't say who. No, not for real. And what's weird is I did write the part with a specific actor in mind. I knew a guy who worked on a show that this actor worked on, and he was a problem, so I was okay. But then after that, and this is like, okay, here's an exercise. I'm sure there's a lot of people who work in the business, but if you want to know what it's like to be a TV producer, here's what it's like. You've written a part, and you go, only Peter Boyle can play this part. He's perfect for the part. You've written it for Peter Boyle. I got to get Peter Boyle. You ask Peter Boyle to do it, either he can't do it, doesn't want to do it, wants too much money or whatever. They go, Peter Boyle's not available. Okay, you then have a day, maybe, come up with another actor. And you're like, no, he's the only one. That you have someone in your head, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, who are you going to get?
and then you immediately start going. You immediately start going. Okay, who's bald? You know, you just, you know, and it's just like, and that's what. And I went through it on the, you know, the new series where you go, oh, I want the, and then it's like, oh, we've only got an hour, and no one's available, and so that's really what it's like. Is you think, oh, only this person can play the part, but the reality is often you can't get that person, and so you kind of go, well, who can play the part? You always look for the person that looks like that person, but you go, okay, what qualities does the character need, and blah blah blah. And sometimes you get lucky. Like I didn't want to cast Charles Nelson Riley and Jose Chung. I wanted to cast Rip Taylor because I'm an idiot. But Charles came in and auditioned, and he was great. Rip Taylor wasn't available. I cast Charles, and nobody could have been better than Charles in that part. So you luck out.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could have been better.
I was going to say, though, the guy, Jose Chung, thanks, because I like Jose Chung a lot. But I was going to say, even back in the day, we used to talk about this with other writers, you can really tell a lot about a person, and this was back in season 3 when there was less to choose from. You can tell a lot about a person by what their favorite X-File is. It's like a psychological test of sorts. And so, you know, the 6 that you're picking today...
Oh, come on.
It's telling me a lot about you.
You have no idea what I've been through. What of the 4 that we've... What have you learned?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay,
I'm afraid of you.
Great, let's do it.
But it's true, is it not? You can tell a lot about a person based on what their favorite X-File episode is.
Yeah, and I've learned that I'm fucking awesome. Yes.
So what kind of dog would Sally have?
She'd have an Irish Wolfhound. She'd have 2 of them.
Let me guess. You have an Irish Wolfhound.
2 of them.
Yes.
So my favorite episode is Small Potatoes. Yeah. And I was wondering, how did you go from being like a writer on the show? Like, how did you make that jump from writer to actor?
That's the one, so people know Darin is plays a rapist.
Thank you.
That is a really great episode. It is.
You go from being a
writer
to an actor because I was no longer employed and out of work. And Vince Gilligan called me and said, "Hey, you want to do this job?"
See?
And he goes, "Yes, because I have to pay my rent." I will say now, whenever if I ever want to impress anyone, I never say like, "Oh, I worked in the X-Files. Oh, I'm walking around with my Emmy." I never do that. I just say, Vince Gilligan once cast me in one of his episodes. I'm untouchable.
All right. Well, what was your question, Devin?
Spookily, this guy asked it before I...
Oh, great. Should we do? I'll do one more question, and then we'll take a quick break. Or are we? Let's just take it. Darin Morgan, everybody.